soon as I can get this. The Senate will come to order. The senators will take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privileges of the floor will retire to the gallery. Good morning, senators. Good morning, guests. The senators and all in attendance, if you are able, please stand. We will be led in prayer this morning by the Reverend Renee R. Teague of Mount Laurel United Methodist Church in Clover. Following the prayer, everyone will please remain standing, and we will be led in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America by our Senate page, Max Weiss of Roanoke.
Let us pray. Holy and ever-present one, fill this place with your love. Fill each heart with kindness and generosity of spirit. Build bridges between each one and the other, for the task is so great, it requires all to work together. In this time of division and strife, bring to these people your spirit of compassion and compromise. Help each one to lay aside hidden agendas and focus on one agenda, the well-being of the people of the Commonwealth. Our world seems overflowing with conflict, with violence, with harm. Hear our prayer that your wisdom guide this group to lead toward peace, harmony, and understanding. As our God, open our eyes and ears to see and hear the cries of those who need the actions of this great Senate to build laws and systems that will promote the well-being of each and every person in the Commonwealth. Grant your wisdom within each one gathered here. Bless these senators, these representatives, with clearness of mind, clarity of purpose, depth of compassion, and the strength to do the work set before them. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The clerk will call the roll. All those present, please vote aye.
I switched it.
Not yet.
Nathan, it's choose video.
All those present, please vote aye. The clerk will close the roll.
You have a quorum, Madam President. Senate Journal for Tuesday, February 21st, 2023.
The senator from Williamsburg, Senator Mason, moves that the reading of the journal be waived. All those in favor of waiving the reading of the journal will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 2.
Ayes 35, noes 2. The reading of the journal is waived. The clerk will report any communications from the House of Delegates. Chair now recognizes the senior senator from Fairfax County, Senator Saslaw.
Madam President, I move we waive the reading of the communications from the House of Delegates.
The question is, shall the reading of the communication be waived? All those in favor of waiving the reading of the communication from the House of Delegates will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 34, noes 4.
Ayes 34, noes 4. The reading of the communication is waived. The clerk will report any communications from the governor.
I do not have any, Madam President.
Chair calls again on the senior senator from Fairfax County, Senator Saslaw.
Madam President, I move that we suspend the rules and grant the privileges of the floor to distinguished guests.
The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the privileges of the floor be granted to a distinguished person? All those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, no 0.
Ayes 37, no 0. The rules are suspended. The privileges of the floor are granted. Chair recognizes again Senator Saslaw.
Thank you, Madam President. Excuse me. We're honored today to have the family and the resolution read to one of the top citizens in the history of this state, Till Hazel. Till passed away near the end of March last year, and his accomplishments, if I tried to list them all here today, we would be here into the summer. He's the author, Joel Garreau, recognized Till as probably the most influential man to shape the Washington area since Pierre L'Enfant. And that's quite a tribute. The Washington Post said that probably nobody in Virginia is responsible for the region of Northern Virginia and perhaps a large part of the state and the Washington area being the technology hub and center that it has become today. That's just one of many things that they said when Till Hazel passed away. The Washington Post did something that I have never seen, and Senator Howe had never seen it. The entire front page of the Metro section was exclusively about him, and one half of the page was a photograph. This is how he was viewed. He grew up in Arlington on a farm and was a lifelong Virginian. He graduated cum laude from Harvard and received a law degree from Harvard. He was a very, very successful lawyer, and for a short time, and a lot of people aren't aware of this, he was also a judge. And then he left that after a short period to go back and become the magnificent lawyer and developer that essentially turned our whole region around. He was a member and one of the people who founded the 1-2-3 Club at Tyson's Corner, which was a elite group of business executives that shaped the region. He is the one that acquired the bulk of the land that became the Beltway. That was largely his doing. With respect to, and it wasn't just in development, it was in education as well as one of his major interests. To give you an example, George Mason today is where they are largely because of him. There would have been no law school at George Mason without Till Hazel. What a lot of people aren't aware, he was the one that purchased the Landsberg building in Arlington. He did, out of his own pocket, and carried that until the state, I think 2 years later, then passed the bill officially creating it as a state law school. He was the one that essentially without him, there probably would have been no George Mason Law School. And he is largely responsible for that becoming a major research university. And as I said before, he played a key role in developing Tyson's Corner, the Capital Beltway, a significant amount of shopping centers and residential areas. Burke Center today, which is a major part of Fairfax County was his doing. He developed it from farmland. And his legacy is just unbelievable. Joining us today are members of his family. And if you could step forward as we introduce you, Jimmy and Sally Hazel. And Jimmy is on the Board of Visitors at UVA.
George Mason.
At George Mason.
Okay?
That's not as bad as a mistake I made yesterday when I called her Madam Fairfax at George Mason University. Also, Leanne and Rick Rowe and the daughters Margaret. Okay. All right. Thank you. And okay, Till's daughter. Jack and Shelley Hazel, and daughters Ginny Lynn and Alex. Okay. And Dick Hazel. Okay. With that, Madam President, I would request that our great clerk read the resolution.
I do have to add that both granddaughters were Senate pages.
Yes.
Senate Joint
One
Resolution.
is an airline captain now, too.
Senate Joint Resolution number 233, celebrating the life of John Tillman Hazel, Jr. Whereas John Tillman Hazel, Jr., a beloved member of the Fauquier County community who made an indelible impact on Northern Virginia as an attorney and developer, died on March 15, 2022. And whereas John Till Hazel graduated from the former Washington Lee High School in Arlington in 1947 before earning a bachelor's degree from Harvard College in 1951 and a Juris Doctorate degree from Harvard Law School in 1954. And whereas after graduation, Till Hazel served with the Judge Advocate General's Corps of the United States Army for 3 years before leaving for the Northern Virginia law firm of Jesse Phillips, Kling, and Kendrick in 1957, where he served as a general practicing attorney but soon honed a specialty in real estate and zoning law. And whereas after a brief tenure as a general district court judge in Fairfax County from 1961 to 1963, Till Hazel returned to private practice, forming the firm of Hazel, Beckhorn, and Haynes in 1966, which was headquartered in Fairfax County and specialized in all aspects of real estate law. Whereas under Till Hazel's leadership, Hazel, Beckhorn, and Haynes grew to employ 65 lawyers by 1987, the same year that the firm merged with Thomas and Fisk of Alexandria to form the firm Hazel, Thomas, Fisk, Beckhorn, and Haynes, which was later shortened to Hazel and Thomas PC in 1990. And whereas Till Hazel facilitated the merger of Hazel and Thomas PC with the Pittsburgh-based Reed Smith, Shaw, and McClay LLP in 1999, forming what is now known as Reed Smith, an international law firm that employs more than 1,000 attorneys worldwide. And whereas recognized during his career as one of the prominent zoning lawyers in the Commonwealth, Till Hazel represented the developers responsible for the creation of the Capitol Beltway, Tyson's Corner Center, and other regional landmarks. And whereas becoming a developer in his own right in the 1970s with the founding of the real estate development firm Hazel Peterson Companies, Till Hazel helped to transform Northern Virginia into one of the strongest regional economies in the nation by building highways, shopping centers, and suburban subdivisions such as Burke Center, Franklin Farm, and Fair Lakes. And whereas Till Hazel was the first Virginian to serve as the president of the Greater Washington Board of Trade, the founder and chairman of the Virginia Business Higher Education Council, and a board member for various organizations, including the University of Virginia's Miller Center Foundation, the National Air and Space Museum, the Corcoran Gallery, and the Washington Airports Task Force. And whereas Till Hazel was a tireless education advocate whose philanthropic efforts included supporting George Mason University as it grew into the world-class institution that it is today, and guiding elite secondary schools such as Flint Hill School in Oakton, St. Stephen's School in Alexandria, Thomas Jefferson High School of Science and Technology in Alexandria, and Fredericksburg Academy in Spotsylvania County. And whereas Till Hazel's accomplishments have been recognized by myriad honors over the years, including the 1987 Community Leadership Award from the Community Foundation for Northern Virginia, induction into the Washington Business Hall of Fame, and honorary degrees from the College of William and Mary, Christopher Newport University, and the Virginia Community College System. And whereas preceded in death by his first wife, Marion, and his second wife, Anne, Till Hazel will be fondly remembered and dearly missed by his children, Lee Ann, John III, James Richard, Randolph, and William and their families, and by numerous other family members and friends. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate, the House of Delegates concurring, that the General Assembly hereby note that with great sadness the loss of John Tillman Hazel, Jr., a pillar of the Northern Virginia community, whose tireless dedication shaped the region for years to come, and be it resolved further that the Clerk of the Senate prepare a copy of this resolution for presentation to the family of John Tillman Hazel, Jr., as an expression of the General Assembly's respect for his memory.
Please join me in the well of the Senate. So many of us wish to make an indelible mark on this world that we live in, but he changed the wish and he did it. We will always remember him. And we kept hearing words such as tireless, tireless, tireless. Boy, I wish we had all that energy. The only way that you can do that is if you care. And he was a man that cared. We thank God for his life. What a great man he was. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
The Senate will be at ease. in our morning hour when we will now find out who all of our wonderful visitors are in the gallery. And the normal procedure is your senator will rise and tell us who you are, and if you would stand at that time as he's or she is speaking about you, and then I will give my remarks, and if you will hold your applause until that time, then it'll be a little bit smoother. And so with that, I first call on Senator Ruff, the senator from Mecklenburg.
Thank you, Madam President. I ask you to give a warm welcome to the pastor today who gave our invocation, the Reverend Renee Trigg, who serves the Mountain Laurel United Methodist Church in Halifax County.
Good morning again, Reverend. And thank you so very much for coming. And I believe you have come in the past, and so you're an old-timer, I think. Senators, let us give her the warm welcome of her Senate. Chair recognizes Senator Eben, the senator from Alexandria.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise for an introduction.
The senator has the floor.
Joining us in the gallery today are representatives from the American Council of Engineering Companies of Virginia and the American Institute of Architects. If they could stand, I wanted to just highlight that these organizations are present today to represent the important work that architects and engineers are doing for the Commonwealth, whether it is the design of buildings, airports, roadways, bridges and tunnels, water, stormwater, or sewer systems, electrical grids, or renewable energy sources, or even the next generation of the Commonwealth's infrastructure. Architects and engineers have a vital and direct impact on the quality of life for all Virginians. They're dedicated to protecting public health, safety, and welfare. And today, as Virginians face changing environmental conditions and recurrent flooding due to storms and sea level rise, both architects and engineers are working together to respond to these threats by designing sustainable and resilient structures that reduce their impact upon the natural and built environment and protect the life and property of all Virginians. We recognize their accomplishments to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of the Commonwealth, and I ask, Madam President, that you please extend the warm welcome of the Senate to our engineer and architect guests.
Good morning to you. Indeed, we could not build our great Commonwealth without your talents and the time that you give to us. And so we thank you for your professional abilities. Senators, let us give them the warm welcome of their Senate. Chair recognizes Senator Reeves, the senator from Spotsylvania.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise for an introduction.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, in the gallery today are the NIVETs, and they're a group of Columbia Gas employees who have served in the armed forces, who are committed to serving our communities, and we've passed two resolutions, a Senate resolution and a House resolution, honoring their service. But I wanted to just recognize their efforts once again, whether it's coordinating care for a package drive for a local National Guard unit, helping a women's shelter, or even gathering school supplies for our local students. These vets tend to go above and beyond. In the audience today, we have Mr. Dale Hobson and Kyle Whaley as part of the NIVETs, and they're part of the Piedmont chapter called the Piedmont Got Your Six, and I'd like to have you give them the warm welcome.
My fellow veterans, good morning. And it seems as if you just can't get service out of your system. And so you continue to serve in your communities. Thank God for you. Senators, let us give them the warm welcome of their Senate. Chair recognizes Senator Morrissey, the senator from Richmond, the junior senator from Richmond.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise for an introduction.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, I would like to introduce my staff's intern this year. He is sitting up in the gallery with his father. He's now standing, Saul Ashami. He has been a wonderful intern this entire session, and I would match him up against any intern in the state Senate. He's got those qualities that you look for. He's calm, he's measured, He's thoughtful, he's insightful, and he has the one ingredient that I think makes people successful in life. That is stick-to-itiveness. He's got that in spades. He is with his father, Azedin al-Assad, affectionately known as Dean, who was the president of the Yemeni Association of Virginia. He is an 18-year-old freshman at Richard Bland College. He graduated from Midlothian High School, and he says that he wants to go to law school after graduating from college. I would ask, Madam President, that the Senate give a warm, gracious welcome to our intern, Sal Ashami.
Sal, you know how wonderful you are as an intern. When in public, all of these wonderful things are said about you. But I heard a word, I think it's a dictionary word, stick-to-itiveness. And that's exactly what you need in this life. Without it, you'll get nowhere and you'll get there very fast. So we're looking for great things from you, and Dad, you raised them right. Senators, let us give him the warm welcome of his Senate. Chair recognizes Senator DeSteff, the senior senator from Virginia Beach.
Madam Chair, I rise for the purpose of an introduction.
Senator has the floor.
Madam Chair, today it's my pleasure to introduce my constituents with the Virginia Beach Men of Faith. Established in 2007, the Men of Faith is an organization of African-American men focused on empowering young African-American men in the city of Virginia Beach public schools school system to become more successful individuals, achieve academically, and demonstrate positive behaviors. Men of Faith supports school personnel and solicits their partnership toward improving achievement of these students in the Virginia Beach City public school system. Their faith-based partnership with the community serves to present many of these students with strong male role models and the tools they need to be successful in all of their endeavors. And Madam Chair, Madam President, please give them the warmest welcome of the Senate from myself and the junior senator from Virginia Beach and the senior senator from Chesapeake. Thank you.
Good morning, young men. We have heard so many good things that you are learning, and indeed you're going to be men one day. And if I could just give you one piece of advice that I saw so many years ago, and it's this: sit with the warriors, because the conversation is different. You've got to sit with those who are going somewhere, as we've always said. So we're looking for great things from you, and we know you're going to stay in school and study. Thank you, leaders, for being a part of this. Senators, let us give them the warm welcome of their Senate. Senator DeSteff.
And Madam President, I rise for a second introduction.
The senator may continue.
Madam President, today it's my solemn privilege to introduce my constituents from the Virginia Beach 531 Families United. And Madam President, I'm doing this introduction on behalf of myself, the junior senator from Virginia Beach, the senior senator from Chesapeake, the senator from northern Chesapeake, and all of the rest of the senators in this chamber that were praying for the families and got involved talking with the families and everything else. And I'd like to introduce Jason Nixon and his family. Jason is the husband, and his family is the survivors of Catherine Nixon. The Gustav family, survivors of Alexander Gustav. Debbie Barato, surviving sister of Mary Langer. Matt Gale and Sarah Gale Leonard, surviving son and daughter of Mary Louise Gale. Virginia Beach 531 Families United is an organization born out of the horrific tragedy that unfolded on the afternoon of May 31st, 2019 at the Virginia Beach Municipal Center. On that dark day, 12 victims were senselessly and abruptly taken from their families by a coworker. Additionally, 4 other employees were critically injured, and a responding police sergeant was also shot and injured. The victim public servants had a combined 150 years of service, with one having served the city of Virginia Beach for more than 40 years. As our mayor at the time declared it, This day will go down as the most devastating day in the history of Virginia Beach. Madam President, please offer the Virginia Beach families, 531 Families United, the warmest welcome in the Senate, and I know we cannot bring back any of their family members, but we can certainly pray for them. Thank you, Madam President.
Mr. President, welcome to you. And families, words escape me. I don't know what to say, because when these things happen, none of it makes any sense to you. And you try, and you can find no reason for it. And so you have to, as I've done, go to God and say, for whatever reason. And we know that we pray for your family. We've prayed for your family. We've been at the memorials, and we just thank you for standing strong and for what you will continue to do, so that the death of your family members will not be in vain, that good will come of it. Thank you very much for coming. Senators, let us give them the warm welcome of their Senate. Senator DeSteph.
Try this again. Madam President, I'm also delinquent, and I should have introduced as well our former Lieutenant Governor, Justin Fairfax, and I apologize for not doing that, but I will tell you, every time I think of what happened that day and that evening, I get choked up, and I focus back on prayers and the family.
That's all right, Senator. And again, Mr. President, we'd like to honor you. Senators, let us welcome back our former President of the Senate. Chair recognizes Senator Chase, the junior senator from Chesterfield.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise for the purposes of an introduction.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. We have a very special guest in the gallery today that many of you are probably familiar with. And today is his birthday. And that person is George Washington. He was born February 22nd, 1732. As we all know, he was an American military officer, statesman, and founding father who served as the first president of the United States from 1789 to 1797. He was appointed by the Continental Congress as commander of the Continental Army and led Patriot forces to victory in the American Revolutionary War, and served as president of the Constitutional Convention of 1787, which created and ratified the Constitution of the United States and the American federal government. President Washington has been called the father of his country for his manifold leadership in the nation's founding. Madam President, I want to thank James Manship, who has appeared around the state of Virginia to remind folks the importance of what George Washington stood for as our very first president. If you would, Madam President, give him the warm welcome of the Senate today.
Good morning to you, Mr. President. And Mr. Manship, thank you for continuing to carry out the work and remind us of our very first president, who could have in fact been our first emperor or our first king, and decided that that was not the way that America should go. And twice he relinquished his role, both as the commander of the Continental Army as well as the President of the United States. He gave it away. Thank you. Senators, let us give him the warm welcome of his Senate. Chair recognizes Senator Saslaw, the senior senator from Fairfax County.
Madam President, I would move that we stand in recess for probably about, 10 minutes, and then for certification of judges, and Senator Edwards will remark where and when. But following that, we will remain in recess for just a short time while the Senate Democratic Caucus meets in the back conference room.
The clerk also has an announcement.
The Committee on the Judiciary will meet immediately upon recess at the chair's desk to certify judges. Judiciary chair's desk, immediately upon recess.
Without objection, the Senate stands at recess until such time as we return.
Chair recognizes the senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards. Judges.
Madam President, I move that the rules be suspended and the House Joint Resolution number 845 be taken up for immediate consideration.
The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the House Joint Resolution number 845 be taken up for immediate consideration? All in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no zero.
Ayes 40, no zero. The rules are suspended. Chair recognizes the senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Madam President, I move that the resolution be agreed to.
The question is, shall the resolution be agreed to? All in favor of agreeing to the resolution will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all senators voted? Do any senator decide to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no zero.
Ayes 40, no zero. The resolution is agreed to. The chair directs the senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards, to inform the House of Delegates of the actions of the Senate. The Senate will be at ease until the senator returns from the House.
Thank you, Madam President. Quick return to the morning hour briefly for an introduction.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, joining us in the gallery today is a good friend of mine, Kelly Geisar. And just want to tell you how I got to know Ms. Geisar. Back on November 17th of 2017, I came home from work that night, got to the, I was about to pull into my street, and I could see at the end of the street a bunch of police lights. I thought there'd been an accident at the end of the road. Later that evening, I learned that somebody had been shot and killed right at the end of my street, 2 blocks away from where I live. It turned out that Kelly's son, her husband James's son, Bijan, had been in a collision in the city of Alexandria. He was struck from behind by somebody else and didn't stop after the collision happened. The United States Park Police proceeded to chase him down right by my house, where he stopped at the end of Alexandria Avenue and Fort Hunt Road, and they shot him 8 times. Bijan at the time was completely unarmed and never made any threatening movements of any kind whatsoever. The Department of Justice elected not to have him not to have the 2 U.S. Park Police officers charged in the situation, but the Fairfax County Commonwealth Attorney attempted to bring criminal charges. Those got removed to federal court, ultimately dismissed on technical grounds because these were federal law enforcement officers. The case went up on appeal, and the appeal was ultimately dismissed voluntarily by our Attorney General. But the Geisar family has continued to battle for justice for their son in civil court, and that case is still pending. But in the meantime, we passed a bill this year that I think every single person in this chamber voted for, that requires the Attorney General to consult with a victim whenever they are acting as a prosecutor in a case before dismissing a case, which didn't really occur in this case. But Kelly is here today because that law is about to pass over in the House of Delegates, and she's here to honor her son's memory, and as she continues to fight for him to obtain the justice that he really deserves. And I'm so honored she could join us today. Madam President, I would hope you could give her the warm welcome of the Senate.
Please rise. We thank you for coming, and we thank the senator for bringing your case to our attention. And I've just heard the last parts of it, but I did hear about grief, sorrow, a loss of life, and I'm so sorry that has happened to you. But we hope that with the law about to be made into law, that will give you some peace to know that this was not in vain, and that you will keep fighting. Yes, ma'am. Senators, let us give her the warm welcome of her Senate. The senator has returned. The time for the joint order for certain judicial elections has arrived, and the Senate, on its part, is ready to proceed with the execution of House Joint Resolution number 845. Now then, nominations are now in order for judges of the respective circuit courts. The chair recognizes the senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
President, I move that the rules be suspended, the Committee on the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of the resolution, the readings of the title be waived, and Senate Resolution number 161 be taken up for immediate consideration.
The question is, shall the rules be suspended, the Committee on the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of the resolution, the readings of the title be waived, and Senate Resolution number 161 be taken up for immediate consideration? All in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The rules are suspended to take up the resolution for immediate consideration. Chair again recognizes Senator Edwards.
Madam President, I move the resolution be agreed to.
The question is, shall the resolution be agreed to? Those in favor of that motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is agreed to. Now then, nominations are now in order for the judges of the respective general district courts. Chair again recognizes Senator Edwards.
Madam President, I move the rules be suspended, the Committee on the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of the resolution, the readings of the title be waived, and Senate Resolution number 162 be taken up for immediate consideration.
The question is, shall the rules be suspended, the Committee on the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of the resolution, the readings of the title be waived, and Senate Resolution number 162 be taken up for immediate consideration? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The rules are suspended to take up the resolution for immediate consideration. Again, Senator Edwards.
Madam President, I move the resolution be agreed to.
The question is, shall the resolution be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is agreed to. Nominations are now in order for judges of the respective juvenile and domestic relations district courts. Chair recognizes again Senator Edwards, a senator from Roanoke City.
Madam President, I move the rules be suspended, the Committee on the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of the resolution, the readings of the title be waived, and Senate Resolution number 163 be taken up for immediate consideration.
The question is, shall the rules be suspended, the Committee on the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of the resolution, the readings of the title be waived, and the Senate Resolution number 163 be taken up for immediate consideration? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The rules are suspended to take up the resolution for immediate consideration. Senator Edwards.
Madam President, I move the resolution be agreed to.
The question is, shall the resolution be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is agreed to. Again, nominations are now in order for a member of the Judicial Inquiry and Review Commission. Chair again recognizes Senator Edwards.
Madam President, I move the rules be suspended, the Committee on the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of the resolution, the readings of the title be waived, and Senate Resolution number 164 be taken up for immediate consideration.
The question is, shall the rules be suspended, the Committee on the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of the resolution, the readings of the title be waived, and Senate Resolution number 164 be taken up for immediate consideration? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The rules are suspended to take up the resolution for immediate consideration. Chair again recognizes Senator Edwards.
Madam President, I move the resolution be agreed to.
The question is, shall the resolution be agreed to? All in favor of agreeing to the resolution will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is agreed to. The chair now directs the senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards, to inform the House of Delegates of the nominations that have been made by the Senate. The Senate will stand at ease until the gentleman returns.
Bills in conference. Conference report on House Bill 2178.
Chair recognizes Senator McClellan.
Madam Chair, I defer to the gentleman from Fairfax City, since I believe he filed this when I was otherwise engaged.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Peterson, the senator from Fairfax City.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we accept or adopt the conference report and speak to the measure.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate. This was the Green Jobs or Alternative Jobs Tax Creation Tax Credit, which would create tax credit for basically the capture of coal-bed methane and reusing coal-bed methane, which is very similar to landfill methane. I don't think anybody was opposed to the bill. It was a question of whether or not it was in the right code section or whether or not we could kind of finesse the issue of whether or not coal-bed methane was a quote-unquote green job. Basically, the way we got around that was we used the word alternative job creation or alternative energy creation, and then we specifically put in there that it was coal-bed methane from Planning District 2, which is the Cumberland Plateau. This was acceptable to all the interested parties, including Sierra Club, and I want to thank them for working with us. So I don't believe at this point there's any opposition. I was not able to get the senior senator from Richmond on the conference report because she was on the phone call with somebody very important, more important than me apparently. But the bottom line was I think we got peace in the valley on this, and I hope we can all support it. Thank you.
The question is, shall the conference report be agreed to? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. Conference report is agreed to.
House Bill 2187.
Chair recognizes Senator Hashmi.
2258.
Thank you, Madam President. Can that bill go by temporarily?
Without objection, House Bill 2187 goes by temporarily.
Yeah. We only have the ones.
I'm sorry, a little confusion up here on my part. House Bill 2258, conference report.
Chair recognizes Senator Favola, the senator from Arlington.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the Senate agree to the conference report.
The senator has the floor.
And speaking to that motion, ladies and gentlemen, what this conference report does is it removes the clause that was on the bill that passed the Senate 40-0 and places a delayed enactment on the establishment of this beer company to July 1, 2024. And that is the extent of the conference bill. Otherwise, as I mentioned, the Senate had passed the underlying bill 40-0. The House had passed the underlying bill 97-2. Again, Madam President, I renew my motion that the Senate agree to the conference report.
The question is, shall the Senate agree to the conference report on House Bill 2258? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The conference report is adopted.
House Bill 2373, conference report.
Chair recognizes Senator Mason, the senator from Williamsburg.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move we accept the conference report. And speaking that note,
the senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, this is the bill that increased the income tax credit for National Guardsmen and women from $3,000 to our agreement was $5,500. Our bill was $6,000. There was $5,000. We split the difference at $5,500, and we did increase the rank of the person that gets it. Went from 03, which is major, I understand, to 06, which is lieutenant colonel, and we accepted our higher rank and just split the difference on the number. And so, Madam President, with that, I move that we approve the report.
The question is, shall the Senate approve the conference report on House Bill 2373? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The conference report is accepted.
House Bill 2445. Conference report.
Chair recognizes Senator Locke, the senator from Hampton.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we adopt the conference report on House Bill 2445 and speaking to that.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. This bill passed both the House and the Senate unanimously, and after conferring with stakeholders, conferees agreed to continue the tax credit to incentivize the donation of food crops and wholesome foods by farmers to food assistance organizations. And with that, Madam President, I do move that House Bill 2445 conference report be adopted.
The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The conference committee report is adopted.
House Bill 2479. Conference report.
Chair recognizes Senator Barker, the senator from Southern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. This bill deals with a project that was reviewed by the MEI.
Your motion, sir?
To adopt a conference committee report.
The senator may continue.
All right, I'll continue. Thank you. But this deals with a program that had been was approved through the MEI Commission process back in, I think, in early December, and this is completely consistent with that. And will actually provide a significant impact and boost to our economy here in Virginia. And so I would hope that we would all vote for adopting the conference committee report.
The question is, Chair recognizes Senator Peterson, the senator from Fairfax City.
Gentleman, yield for a question.
Will the gentleman rise and yield?
Yes, I.
Senator Barker yields. Senator Peterson has the floor.
So basically, this is creating an MEI fund or enabling an MEI fund to bring in what would effectively be a data center industry.
Senator Barker has the floor.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Yes, they have that up, but they also have other aspects to this as well. But that is part
I thank
of it.
gentlemen.
The question is, shall the conference committee report be adopted? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 4.
Ayes 35, noes 4. The report is adopted.
Senate Bill 860, conference report.
Chair recognizes again Senator Locke, the senator from Hampton.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we adopt the conference report on Senate Bill 860.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. The change to this bill was merely technical. The numbering was off on both bills, so to make the bills identical, it was simply to change the numbering in both bills. So again, it was merely technical, so I move that we adopt the conference report.
The question is, shall the conference committee report be adopted? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The report is adopted.
On page 6, Senate Bill 1522, conference report.
Chair recognizes again Senator Barker.
Madam President, I move that we adopt a conference committee report, which is part of the whole process there that we have.
Senator may continue.
Yes. And so we would adopt the conference committee report to this bill as well. It's identical to the one we just did.
The question is, shall the conference committee report be adopted? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 36, noes 4.
Ayes 36, noes 4. The report is adopted.
Unfinished business, House. House Bill 1623. The House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Peterson, the senator from Fairfax City.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we insist on our substitute and request a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on its substitute and request a committee of conference on the bill? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate insists on its substitute.
House Bill 1630. The House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Howell, the senator from northern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move we insist on the Senate substitute and request a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on its substitute and request a committee of conference on the bill? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate insists on a substitute and requests a committee of conference on the bill.
House Bill 1775. The House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Saslaw, the senior senator from Fairfax County.
Madam President, I move that we insist on our substitute and request a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on its substitute and request a committee of conference on the bill? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate insists on its substitute.
House Bill 1887. The House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Chair calls on Senator Lucas, the senator from Portsmouth.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate insist on its substitute and request a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on its substitute and request a committee of conference on the bill? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate insists.
House Bill 1949. The House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Chair again recognizes Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we insist on our substitute and request a committee of conference.
Question is, shall the Senate insist on its substitute and request a committee of conference on the bill? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate insists.
House Bill 2220. The House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Chair recognizes again Senator Howell. The question is, shall the Senate insist on its substitute and request a committee of conference on the bill? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2. The Senate insists.
House Bill 2222. The House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Chair recognizes again Senator Lucas.
Madam President, I move that the Senate insist on its substitute and request a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on its substitute and request a committee of conference on the bill? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? Senator Barker? Senator Barker? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The Senate insists.
House Bill 2275. The House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Sass-Law. Chair recognizes instead Senator Somerville, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we insist and request a committee of conference on the bill.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on its substitute and request a committee of conference on the bill? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2. The Senate insists.
House Bill 2317. The House has rejected the Senate amendments.
Chair recognizes Senator Edwards, a senator from Roanoke City.
Madam President, I move that we insist on our amendments and request a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on its amendments and request a committee of conference on the bill? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate insists.
Senate Bill 2370. The House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Chair again recognizes Senator Edwards.
Madam President, I move that the Senate insists on our substitute and request a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on its substitute and request a committee of conference on the bill? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate insists on its substitute.
House Bill 2411. The House has rejected the Senate amendment.
Chair recognizes again Senator Edwards, the senator from Roanoke City.
Madam President, I move that we insist on our amendment and request a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on its amendment and request a committee of conference on the bill? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? Dougal. The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate insists.
House Bill 1512. The House has acceded to a request for a committee of conference. Conference on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Education and Health, Senator Lucas, or Senators Barker, Donovan, and McPike. On House Bill 1619, conference on the part of the Senate is named 1691. Conference on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Education and Health, Senator Lucas, or Senators Hashmi, Locke, and Suderline. House Bill 1866. Conference on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Rehabilitation and Social Services, Senator Favola, or Senators Somerville, Spruill, and Reeves. House Bill 2294. Conference on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Rehabilitation and Social Services, Senator Favola, or Senators Hanger, Favola, and Eben. House Bill 2428. Conference on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Rehabilitation and Social Services, Senator Favola, or Senators Obenshain, Somerville, and Boyce-Coe. House Bill 2487. Conference on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Rehabilitation and Social Services, Senator Favola, or Senators Morrissey, Favola, and Locke. On page 14, unfinished business Senate. Senate Bill 825 has passed the House with an amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator Bell, the senator from Loudoun.
Thank you, Madam President. Make a motion that we reject the House amendment and speak in the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. The amendment here actually added a reenactment clause. This bill passed unanimously out of the Senate, and frankly, it's a pretty simple bill. It just allows us to do background checks at the Virginia School of the Deaf and Blind. Unfortunately, the school's not part of the schools divisions, and in the code, it's not allowed to do background checks on new employees without this change. It was flagged by the Attorney General's administration bill, and I ask that we reject this so that we can make sure our deaf and blind children there are protected.
With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendment? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? With the recommendation that it be rejected, the clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 0, noes 40.
Ayes 0, noes 40. The Senate does not concur.
Senate Bill 861 has passed the House with a substitute.
Chair again recognizes Senator Locke.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we concur with the House substitute and speaking to that.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. What the House substitute does is clarify the exact use of the traffic device and also makes the first offense a written warning instead of a monetary fine. Again, I move that we concur with the House substitute.
The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute on Senate Bill 861? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 34, noes 6.
Ayes 34, no 6. The Senate concurs with the House substitute.
Senate Bill 868 has passed the House with a substitute.
Right here.
Chair, if we could suspend, Sergeant at Arms,
From the House,
please receive it.
the delegate from Pennsylvania, Delegate Adams.
Madam President, I have been directed by the Speaker of the House of Delegates to inform the Senate that the House has made certain nominations pursuant to HJR 845 and request the concurrence of the Senate.
We thank the delegate.
Madam President.
The Senate will be at ease while the staff considers the message. The Senate will come to order. Now then, all in favor of the nominees of the Senate as named by Senate Resolution number 161 to be judges of the respective circuit courts will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. Now then, all in favor of the nominees of the Senate as named by Senate Resolution number 162 to be judges of the respective general district courts will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. All in favor of the nominees of the Senate as named by Senate Resolution number 163 to be judges of the respective juvenile and domestic relations district court will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. All in favor of the nominee of the Senate as named by Senate Resolution number 164 to be a member of the Judicial Inquiry and Review Commission will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The chair now appoints Senators Somerville, McClellan, and Peake, the committee on the part of the Senate to count and report the vote of each House in each case. The Senate will stand at ease until the committee returns. Or the joint order under House Joint Resolution number 845 will now be resumed. The clerk will read the report of the committee to count the vote.
The committee has reported as follows. Number of votes necessary to elect. In the House of Delegates, 51. In the Senate, 21.
Chair recognizes again Senator Edwards, the senator from Roanoke City.
Madam President, I move that the reading of the report be waived.
The question is, shall the reading of the report be waived? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2. The reading of the report is waived. Those named in the report as having received the vote of a majority of the members elected to each house of the General Assembly are declared duly elected as judges of the respective circuit courts, general district courts, and juvenile and domestic relations district courts, and as a member of the Judicial Inquiry and Review Commissions for the terms that have been set forth. Amen. Madam Clerk.
Senate Bill 868 has passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Cosgrove, the senior senator from Chesapeake.
Thank you, Madam President. I ask that the Senate accept the House substitute, and I'd like to speak to that.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you. The House substitute basically does the same thing that Delegate Krizek's bill did. It increases from 10 days to 30 business days the period of time after an alleged violation of passing a school bus illegally, by which a summons must be issued to create a rebuttable presumption that the registered owner was the operator at the time of the violation. So I hope we would accept the substitute.
The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate concurs.
Senate Bill 938 has passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Ruff.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we concur with the House substitute. And speaking of that motion,
the senator has the floor.
This bill deals with lights or reflector strips on the rear of horse-drawn buggies or wagons. The substitute is simply improved wordsmithing.
The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate concurs.
Senate Bill 983 has passed the House with amendments.
Chair recognizes Senator Mason, the senator from Williamsburg.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move we accept the House amendments. And speaking to that motion,
the senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, this is the bill that established 4 classes of farm wineries. It also gives all licensees currently 5 years to come into compliance with one of the 4. This amendment, we were afraid that we caught meaderies up in this effort, and so this amendment is to make sure that we clear that concern. Meaderies will continue to operate as they do today, and as we establish these 4 classes of farm wineries. So, Madam President, with that, I ask that we accept the amendments and pass the bill.
The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendments? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate concurs.
Senate Bill 988 has passed the House with amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator Peake, the senator from Lynchburg.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we accept the House amendment. And in so explaining,
The senator has the floor.
everybody can rest easy. We are not having them impose their will on us. This is actually an amendment that we called of a technical nature, changing the words, and then we asked them to fix it. So we are not acceding to the House. We are going to accept this amendment and substitute because we want it. And that's why I ask you to vote yes, where we changed private parties to natural persons. This is okay.
Chair recognizes Senator Suderline, the senator from Roanoke County.
Will the senator from Lynchburg yield for a question?
Will the senator rise and yield?
Certainly, Madam President.
The senator yields. Senator Suderline has the floor.
What is Stockholm Syndrome?
This
Senator.
is not, Madam President, let me respond, please. It may seem like Stockholm Syndrome stuck over here in the corner with you for a long, long session. But this is no such thing. We are imposing our will on the House, and that's all that matters in this body. So thank you, Madam President. Again, after answering that question, I would ask that we accept the amendment. Thank you.
The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendment? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate concurs.
Senate Bill 1029 has passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Stanley, the senator from Franklin County.
Thank you, Madam President. I now move that we conquer the House substitute. And speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Yes, Madam President, members of the body, Senate Bill 1029 is, of course, the fiber optic cable bill and crossing of railroads. This substitute is exactly what we put on Delegate Head's bill when it came over here. We talked about it at great length. I got a bunch of white flags waved at me because I was talking too long, so I'm not going to do that this time. But again, I make a motion that we conquer the House substitute.
The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate conquers.
Madam President. Madam President. Over here.
Chair recognizes Senator Bell, the senator from Loudoun.
Thank you, Madam President. Having voted on the prevailing side, which SB 861 was passed on page 15, could we reconsider that so a member can change their vote?
The question is, shall the vote by which SB 861 was passed be reconsidered? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The vote is reconsidered. Senator Locke.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, I move that we concur with the House substitute. And again, that was simply clarifying the exact use of the traffic device and makes the first offense a written warning instead of a monetary fine.
The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 28, noes 12.
Ayes 28, noes 12. The Senate concurs.
Senate Bill 1052 is passed the House with amendments.
Chair recognizes Senator Senator McPike, the senator from Prince William.
Thank you, Madam President. With the recommendation that it be rejected, I move that we concur with the House amendment. Speaking to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This is where Stockholm Syndrome ends, and we actually take a stance against the other chamber down the hall, Madam President. And obviously, the recruitment of our teachers, recruitment and retention is important, and it looks like the House wants to delay that by a year, and just don't understand why. So we need to make a stand somewhere, and it starts here, Madam President. Vote red.
With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendment? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? With the recommendation that it be rejected, the clerk will close the roll.
0, noes 40.
Ayes 0, noes 40. The Senate does not concur.
Senate Bill 1085 is passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Eben, the senator from Alexandria.
Move we concur with the House substitute, Madam President, and speaking to that motion.
The senator may continue.
This is the work group dealing with vehicle noise, and it just moves it from the Department of Transportation to the Superintendent of State Police to convene that group. Otherwise, the intent of the bill remains the same.
The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 3.
Ayes 37, noes 3. The Senate concurs with the House substitute.
Senate Bill 1087 is passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes again Senator Eben.
I move that we concur with the House substitute and speak to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
This gives the Attorney General some extra teeth in the enforcement process, but the bill and the consumer protections otherwise remain the same.
The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate concurs.
Senate Bill 1231 has passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Lewis, the senator from Accomack.
Madam President, I move that we agree to the House substitute and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, the House substitute makes this bill now identical to House Bill 2026, its companion bill, which passed this body on a vote of 40-0. The amendments are largely technical in nature and deal with things such as the BMPs that the Forestry Department can create, changes a date or two, and otherwise, again, are technical in nature. This is the biomass bill, you will recall, and it's the work of a lot of give and take between the stakeholders, and there is the usual peace in the valley. So with that, I would again renew my motion that the substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the Senate agree to the House substitute? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate concurs.
Senate Bill 1255 has passed the House with amendments.
Chair recognizes Senator Donovan, the senator from Enrico.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. We reject the House amendments.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move, with the recommendation that we reject the House amendments, I move them.
Would you like to speak to that?
Yes, Madam Chairman, Madam President. We are trying to get this into conference. There we go. Thank you. We're trying to get this into conference. There is a one-line amendment that needs to be made, and so with that, I would hope that you would reject these amendments so that we can proceed and do that. With
the recommendation that it be rejected, The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendments? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote with the recommendation that it be rejected? The clerk will close the roll.
0, noes 40.
Aye, 0, noes 40. The House amendments are rejected.
Senate Bill 1265 has passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Saslaw, the senior senator from Fairfax County.
Madam President, I would move that we reject the House substitute to Senate Bill 1265.
The senator has the floor.
The reason is, if you remember when my bill left and it only applied to Phase 2 utility, which would be Dominion, when it left here, it put the $350 million of RAC into the base. That's been eliminated. It also allowed for the securitization of the fuel adjustment. And so instead of, they did away with that. And also on the, as you know, Dominion was the lowest earning of all the utilities in the South. Essentially, they don't practically be kept that way by the House version. And it's the bottom line, and this is the most important part. Instead, under my bill, they get the rate, the average rate in your district would drop by $7 a month, July 1st. Under this bill in front of you now, the substitute, that goes away, and instead they get hit with a $17 a month increase. So that's why I would ask that you, and my understanding is we're close to working out a final deal under which the people will ultimately get that $7 decrease. So I, again, ask that you reject the House substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Normand, the senator from James City County.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to Senate Bill 1265, please.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I have either been blessed or cursed over probably the last 15 or 20 years of having the delightful experience in working on the regulation of electricity, the deregulation of electricity, the re-regulation of electricity, and I don't pretend to have but a modicum of knowledge on this. But I rise in support and respectfully request the body to reject the substitute asked for by the House of Delegates. This is a continuing work in progress. There are groups that are meeting, trying to reconcile some of the differences. There are a number of parties involved from both the House and the Senate, and the utilities that are involved. I think that the Senate bill is preferable, but it is not going to be the final version, and there are just a number of issues that we are diligently working on to try and iron out. So I'd respectfully request, recognizing it's a work in progress, that we reject the House amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator Peterson, the senator from Fairfax City.
Thank you, Madam President. I am going to align myself with the Saslaw-Normand coalition on energy policy.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm not sick. I feel great, actually. I actually stayed at Holiday Inn Express last night, but very briefly, there are some good things and bad things and some ugly things coming over from the House. The good is they did strip out the pure utility language, which, of course, I think is important to make sure our consumers get a fair shake. The bad thing is that they have also taken out a lot of the plant retirement language, which we put in the VCEA. And I know all my green friends over there on the Republican side are going to, they're going to want to accept that. But I'm going to say, it just the bottom line is we need to reject this and put this into conference. I think we're getting closer, but I did want to align myself with Senator Saslaw while I still have an opportunity. So please join his motion to reject the House substitute.
The question is, with the recommendation that it be rejected, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 0, noes 40.
Ayes 0, noes 40. The Senate does not concur.
Senate Bill 1300 has passed the House with substitute with amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator Deeds, the senator from Charlottesville.
Madam President, with a recommendation that it be rejected, I move that the substitute and the floor amendment be agreed to. And I'd like to speak to that, please.
The senator has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, we passed Senate Bill 1300 to require some training for trauma-informed instruction for teachers. And now more than ever, there's a mental health crisis among our children, and this is a step we have to take. The House, through a series of amendments and their substitute, basically denuded the bill. And then, for some reason yesterday, the chair of House Education put in a reenactment clause on the bill. So the denuded version of this bill would be reenacted if the House had their way, and I hope we'll reject that approach.
The question is, with the recommendation that it be rejected, shall the Senate accept the House substitute? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 0, noes 40.
Ayes 0, noes 40. The Senate does not concur.
Senate Bill 1337 has passed the House with amendments.
Chair recognizes Senator Donovan, the senator from Enrico.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Madam President, I move that we concur with the House amendments.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, members of the body, this aligns the marijuana procedural bill for the medical marijuana pharmacies, ensures that they can have both a medical director and access to their own providers if they want, to make it easier to obtain the recommendation. And we want to keep the bills alike so we don't have to have a conference. So I hope you will support the amendment.
The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendment? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 27, noes 13.
Ayes 27, noes 13. The Senate concurs with the House amendments.
Senate Bill 1343 has passed the House with amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator Barker, the senator from Southern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we concur with the House amendment.
The senator has the floor.
But this is a very simple, straightforward. It has a reenactment clause that was added on there, and we already had in the bill that it would not go into effect until July of 24. So that does no harm to it, and so therefore I'm supporting the amendment here.
The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendment? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate concurs.
Senate Bill 1370 has passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Vogel, the senator from Fauquier.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we insist on the Senate substitute and request a committee of conference. I'm sorry.
Reject.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Madam President. I move that we reject the House substitute, and with that, I move its adoption.
Would you like to explain?
Yes, I'm happy to. What we have here is an underground transmission line bill that allows for this to occur in one location, and we've added an additional location, and we want to stick with our position that we want the additional location in the bill. Thank you, Madam President.
With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? With the recommendation that it be rejected, the clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 0, noes 40.
Ayes 0, noes 40. The Senate rejects the House substitute.
Senate Bill 1426 has passed the House with amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator Suderline, the senator from Roanoke County.
Madam President, I move that we concur with the House amendment. And speaking briefly to that,
the senator has the floor.
Madam President, it will make my seatmates very happy to know that this is again reaffirming a Senate position that we've already taken. As you can see, it's a very simple amendment that we've already changed on our side as well. We're changing the word medications to drugs and devices. This is in the paramedics legislation that I have, allowing the paramedics to do more with the authorization of others in the hospital. So I hope you'll reaffirm our position by concurring with the House amendment.
The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendment? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate concurs.
Senate Bill 1453, the House has passed the House with amendments.
Chair recognizes Senator McPike, the senator from Prince William.
Thank you, Madam President. With the recommendation that it be rejected, I move we concur with the House amendment. Speaking to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This is the automated external defibrillator device bill for our schools. The House has put a reenactment on it, and obviously this is important we get moving forward this year and not wait another year. And therefore, I ask that you vote red on the House amendment. Thank you.
The question is, shall the Senate, with the recommendation that it be rejected, shall the Senate concur with the House amendment? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 0, noes 40.
Ayes 0, noes 40. The Senate does not concur.
Senate Bill 1454 has passed the House with a substitute.
Chair again recognizes Senator McPike.
Thank you, Madam President. With the recommendation that the substitute be rejected, I move we concur in speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. The House substitute added on a different House version that included pilot studies that weren't very well defined, and therefore I request that we reject the House substitute and stick with the version that we passed 38-0.
With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the House substitute be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? With the recommendation that it be rejected, the clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 0, noes 40.
Ayes 0, noes 40. The Senate does not concur.
President.
Senator McPike.
Thank you, Madam President. I now move to strike Senate Bill 1454. Speaking to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Based on the modulations, obviously between House Commerce and Energy as well as Labor last week, I'm not confident that parties will come to resolution in conference, and I'd rather save us paperwork, knowing that going to the other chamber and coming back is not going to get resolution. So I'm going to save us about 6 or 8 other procedural steps and move to strike.
With the recommendation, Senate Bill 1454 be stricken from the calendar, the question is, shall it be stricken from the calendar? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. Senate Bill 1454 is stricken from the calendar.
Senate Bill 1464 is passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Vogel, the senator from Fauquier.
Thank you, Madam President. With a recommendation that we reject the House substitute, I move we concur in speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This is the Energy Innovation Fund, and we have a difference of opinion on the kind of renewable energy resources that we want to fund, and that is why I would ask this body to reject the House substitute, and we need that to go into conference. Thank you.
With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1464 be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? With the recommendation that it be rejected, the clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 0, noes 40.
Ayes 0, noes 40. The Senate does not concur.
Senate Bill 1477 it's passed the House with amendments.
Chair recognizes Senator Lewis, the senator from Accomack.
Yep, Madam President, I move that we concur with the House amendments in speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, Senate Bill 1477 is the bill which allowed Dominion to ask the SCC to sell a portion of or an interest in the offshore wind project to a non-controlling entity. And the House amendments merely make clear that this bill applies only to the Coastal Virginia offshore wind project and to no other or nothing else. So with that, I renew my motion that the amendments be agreed to.
The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendments? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The Senate concurs.
Senate Bill 1513 has passed the House with amendments.
Chair recognizes Senator Mason, the senator from Williamsburg.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move we accept the amendments. And speaking to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This is a bill that added a couple of members to the State Executive Council for Children's Services. There is a team, a committee on there, the state and local advisory team, that works with DARS a lot. And there's no representative from DARS on the committee. So we had just mistakenly called the director of DARS instead of the commissioner, so we made that adjustment. But then I thought it'd be a good idea to add this state children's ombudsman. Someone came by and asked me if they thought the ombudsman should be a voting member of the SEC. And I said, well, I haven't really thought about it. So I went and spoke to him. He asked the Attorney General. The Attorney General said, not only that, I don't think the ombudsman should be on the committee at all. So we took the advice, stripped off what we thought would be a good idea as it isn't, and now just the commissioner of DARS will be our new member. Sorry for that lengthy explanation on something you'd never heard of, Madam President. I move we pass the bill.
The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendments? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate concurs.
Senate Bill 1533 has passed the House with amendments.
Chair recognizes Senator Deeds, the senator from Charlottesville.
Madam President, I move that we accept the House amendments, and I'd like to speak to that, please.
The senator has the floor.
You will recall, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, you will recall that Senate Bill 1533 had as its purpose granting the ability of a medical marijuana facility that is in Abington to have a grow facility or to be able to grow marijuana in Allegheny County. The House has taken a different approach, completely different approach. Number one, they say that we're not going to do that. Number two, they say that the Board of Pharmacy will decide whether that's the right thing to do. And number three, they lay out in the enactment clause, which is at the top of page 25 in your calendar, what considerations the Board of Pharmacy is to take into consideration, I guess, when they are making the decision about whether or not this should happen. This is a reasonable approach to me, and I urge you to accept it.
The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendments? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 32, noes 8.
Ayes 32, noes 8. The Senate concurs.
Senate Joint Resolution 258, agreed to by the House with amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator Hackworth, the senator from Tazewell.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we agree to the House amendments and speaking of that motion.
The senator has the floor.
So these amendments takes the clause off to my senator from Prince William. And we talked to Finance, and they said that they agreed with this. So that's why we had passed it by a couple of days to make sure they were good with that. So with that, I would ask that we accept the House amendments for SJR 258.
The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendments on SJR 258? Those in favor of that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The Senate concurs.
Senate Bill 789, the House insists on its amendments and requests a committee of conference.
Chair recognizes Senator Spruill, the senator from Northern Chesapeake.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move to accede to the request of the conference.
The question is, shall the Senate accede to a request for a committee of conference on the bill? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0. Conferees on the part of the Senate as named by the co-chairs of Judiciary, Senators Edwards and Deeds, are Senators Spruill, Boysko, and Norman.
Ayes 40, no 0, and the conferees are as named.
Senate Bill 821, the House insists on its substitute and requests a committee of conference.
Chair recognizes Senator Sorovell, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we accede to a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference on Senate Bill 821? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate accedes to the request for a committee of conference.
Conferees on the part of the Senate as named by the Chair of Education and Health, Senator Lucas, of Senators Donovan, Spruill. No, wait a minute.
Sorovell, Peterson, and Peak.
Sorry. Senator Sorovell, Peterson, and Peak. Senate Bill 841, the House insists on its substitute and requests a committee of conference.
Chair recognizes again Senator Sorovell.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd move that we accede to a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference on the bill? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate accedes.
Senate Bill, conferees. Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Rehabilitation and Social Services, Senator Favola, Senators Sorovell, Boysko, and Reeves. Senate Bill 903.
Chair recognizes Senator Hanger, the senator from Augusta.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we accede to the request for a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference on the bill? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2. The Senate accedes.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Rehabilitation and Social Services, Senator Favola, or Senators Hanger, Favola, and Eben. Senate Bill 973, the House insists on its substitute and requests a committee of conference.
Chair recognizes Senator Peake,
Yes,
Senator from Lynchburg.
Thank you, Madam President. I suggest that we also demand a committee of conference and then therefore agree to a committee of conference.
The question is...
Accede? Oh, well. All right. We'll accede to a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate accede to a committee of conference on the bill? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate accedes.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the co-chairs of the Judiciary Committee are Senators Peake, Surville, and Deeds. Senate Bill 1099. The House insists on its substitute and requests a committee of conference.
Chair recognizes Senator Norman, the senator from James City County.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to Senate Bill 1099, I respectfully request that the Senate accede to the House request for a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate accede to the committee of conference on the bill? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate accedes to a committee of conference.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Education and Health, Senator Lucas, or Senators Norman, Newman, and Saslaw. Senate Bill 1106. The House insists on its substitute and requests a committee of conference.
Chair recognizes Senator Newman, the senator from Bedford.
Madam President, I move that we accede to the committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate accede to the committee of conference on the bill? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate accedes.
Conference on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Transportation, Senator Marsden, or Senators Newman, McPike, and Surville. Senate Bill 1188. The House insists on its substitute and requests a committee of conference.
Chair recognizes Senator Reeves, the senator from Spotsylvania.
Thank you, Madam President. Move to accede to committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate accede to a committee of conference on the bill? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate accedes.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the co-chairs of the Judiciary Committee, Senators Edwards and Deeds, Senators Reeves, Peterson, and Edwards. Senate Bill 1207. The House insists on its substitute and requests a committee of conference.
Chair recognizes Senator McDougall, the senator from Hanover.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move the Senate do now accede to a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate accede to a committee of conference on the bill? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate accedes.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the co-chairs of the Judiciary Committee, Senators Edwards and Deeds, or Senators McDougal, Morrissey, and Deeds. Senate Bill 1211. The House insists on its substitute and request a committee of conference.
Chair recognizes Senator Lucas, the senator from Portsmouth.
Madam President, I move that the Senate accede to the conference committee report. Conference committee. Yes, that.
The question is, shall the Senate accede to the conference committee request? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate accedes.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Education and Health, Senator Lucas, of Senators Lucas, Locke, and Cosgrove. Senate Bill 1221. The House insists on its amendment and requests a committee of conference.
Chair recognizes Senator Obenshain, the senator from Rockingham.
Madam President, I move that we accede to the House request for a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate accede to a committee of conference on the bill? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate accedes.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Rehabilitation and Social Services, Senator Vivola, are Senators Obenshain, Spruill, and McPike. Senate Bill 1289. The House insists on its substitute and requests a committee of conference.
Chair recognizes Senator Deeds, the senator from Charlottesville.
Madam President, I move that we accede to that request for a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference on the bill? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate accedes.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the co-chairs of Finance and Appropriations, Senators Howell and Barker, or Senators Deed, Lucas, and Vogel. Senate Bill 1299. The House insists on its substitute and requests a committee of conference.
Chair recognizes Senator Dees.
Madam President, I move that we accede to the request for a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference on the bill? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate accedes.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Rehabilitation and Social Services, Senator Favola, of Senators Deeds, Mason, and McDougal. Senate Bill 1479. The House insists on its substitute and requests a committee of conference.
Chair recognizes again Senator Lucas, the senator from Portsmouth.
Madam President, I move that the Senate accede to the conference committee requests.
The question is, shall the Senate accede to the conference committee request? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate accedes.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the co-chairs of Finance and Appropriations, Senators Howell and Barker, or Senators Lucas, Deeds, and Vogel. Senate Bill 1521. The House insists on its substitute and suggests a committee of conference.
Chair recognizes Senator Barker, the senator from Southern Fairfax County.
Madam President, I accede to a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference on the bill? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate accedes.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the co-chairs of Finance and Appropriations, Senators Howell and Barker, or Senators Barker, Locke, and Norman. Turning to page 32, uncontested calendar, House bills on third reading.
Chair calls on Senator Saslaw, the senior senator from Fairfax County.
Madam President, I move that all House bills on third reading on the uncontested calendars on pages 32 through 42, House Bill 1606 through House Bill 2482, that they be advanced to their final passage in a block after the adoption of any amendments thereto, and any senator desiring to remove a bill from the block, please do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill.
The question is, shall House bills on the uncontested calendar, third reading, pages 32 through 42, House Bills 1606 through House Bill 2482, be placed upon their final passage in a block after the adoption of any amendments thereto, with the understanding that any senator desiring a bill to be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The bills are before us in the block. The clerk will now read the number of the bills.
House Bill 1606.
Madam President, could that go by temporarily, 1606?
Without objection, House Bill 1606 is out of the block and by temporarily.
House Bill 1157. Reported, the committee amendment has been adopted by the Senate. House Bill 1374, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary. House Bill 1583, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Edwards, the senator from Roanoke City.
Madam President, I move the substitute be adopted.
The question is, shall the substitute be adopted? Those in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is adopted.
Madam President.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Fairfax City rise?
I'm sorry, I rise for a request, and I think that the number was miscalled. If House Bill 1757 could come out of the block and go by for the day, please.
Without objection, House Bill 1757 is out of the block and by for the day.
House Bill 1634, reported for the Committee on Local Government. House Bill 1671, reported for the Committee on Local Government. House Bill 1674, reported for the Committee on Local Government. House Bill 1675, reported for the Committee on the Judiciary. House Bill 1678, reported for the Committee on Local Government. House Bill 1959, reported for the Committee on the Judiciary. House Bill 1961, reported for the Committee on the Judiciary. House Bill 1964, reported from the Committee on Local Government. House Bill 2005, reported for the Committee on Commerce and, reported from the Committee on Local Government. House Bill 2027, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with amendments.
Chair recognizes again Senator Edwards.
Madam President, I move the amendments from the Judiciary Committee to House Bill 2027.
The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee amendments are agreed to.
House Bill 2037, reported for the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute.
Chair again recognizes Senator Edwards.
Madam President, I move the substitute of the Committee on the Judiciary to House Bill 2037.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 2175, reported from the Committee on Rules. House Bill 2186, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary. House Bill 2224, reported from the Committee on Rules. House Bill 2250, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary. House Bill 2290, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute.
Chair again recognizes Senator Edwards.
Madam President, I move the substitute adopted by the Committee on the Judiciary to House Bill 2290 be adopted.
The question is, shall the substitute be adopted? Those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The substitute is adopted.
House Bill 2298, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with an amendment.
Senator Edwards.
Madam President, I move that the amendment adopted by the Committee on the Judiciary be agreed to House Bill 2298.
The question is, shall the committee amendments be adopted? Those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The committee amendments are adopted.
House Bill 2330, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute.
Chair again recognizes Senator Edwards.
Madam President, I move that the substitute from the Committee on the Judiciary to House Bill 2330 be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 2348, reported from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Peterson, the senator from Fairfax City. The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 2389, reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Saslaw, the senior senator from Fairfax County.
The substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 2403, reported from the Committee on Local Government. House Bill 2433, reported from the Committee on Local Government. House Bill 2467, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary. House Bill 2482, reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor. House Bill 17, in the block.
The question is, shall the House bills in the block pass? That is, all bills except for House Bill 2187 on page 3, House Bill 1606 on page 32, and House Bill 1757 on page 33. Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The bills in the block pass.
Returning to page 30.
Madam President, could that go by temporarily? We need a little more time.
That would be House Bill 2187 or 1606?
Bill 1606.
All right. Without objection, House Bill 1606 goes by temporarily.
Madam President.
32.
Chair recognizes Senator Newman, the senator from Bedford.
Madam President, before we go on to a new section, can we briefly return to page 8 to House Bill 1887? Having voted on the prevailing side, I move that we reconsider that vote so that a member of A may vote.
The question is, Shall the vote by which the Senate insisted and requested a committee of conference on the bill be reconsidered? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The vote is reconsidered. Senator Lucas.
Madam President, I move that the bill pass.
Insist and request.
I move that we insist and request a committee conference.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on its substitute and request a committee of conference on the bill? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate insists on its substitute and requests a committee of conference on the bill.
Page 42, regular calendar, House bills on third reading. House Bill 1777, a bill relating to Phase 1 utilities annual rate true-up reviews, reported for the Committee on Commerce and Labor, and there is a floor substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Ruff, the senator from Mecklenburg.
Thank you, Madam President. I waive reading of the substitute.
The question is, shall the reading of the substitute for House Bill 1777 be waived? Those in favor of that motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The substitute reading of it is waived. Senator Ruff.
Madam President, I move that the floor substitute. I move the floor substitute. Speaking of that motion, this
senator has the floor.
This substitute puts the bill in the same posture as Senate Bill 1075 that I carried dealing with only APCO. The original bill would have changed from triennial SEC review to annually. The substitute changes that to biannual. This seems to suit the needs of the SEC without being overburdening the staff, while smoothing out the changes that were caused by the ups and downs of a 3-year span. The substitute returns power to the SEC. As we work through the process, we were hearing from all parties that we need to return more to a more typical regulated model. This does that. There will be a review this year, then again in 2024, then on even years after that. The bill better focuses on simplicity, transparency, and with the SEC having the discretion over riders and the consolidation of them. Included will be the streamlining of reporting. There will be more flexibility. There should be any securitization in future unrecoverable fuel balances. Any over-collections above 1% will be returned to the customer. The bill returns mechanisms to smooth out fuel costs to avoid spikes in fuel costs. This will reduce impact on customers. The bill includes performance incentives to ensure reliability and cost-efficient, effective service. The SEC will reduce EPCO's profit if it performs poorly on metrics of reliability, generation performance, and customer service. If EPCO performs well, that the SEC can acknowledge this as well. Finally, the bill includes measures to incentivize EPCO to invest in economic development, reliability, and storm recovery. I renew my motion the substitute be adopted.
Chair recognizes Senator Peterson, the senator from Fairfax City.
Madam Chair, rise for request.
The senator may state it.
Madam Chair, and I hate to do this, but this is a pretty complicated bill. I'd ask that it go by for the day. We can take one more day to look at it.
Without objection.
President, can I just ask the patron one question really quick? Will you yield for a question really quick before we go by for the day?
The senator rises and yields. Senator Surville.
Thank you, Madam President. I would just ask the senator, does the gentleman anticipate this going to conference, or does the senator anticipate this being a final vote on this?
Senator Ruff.
Thank you, Madam President. I believe that this will be the final vote. The House has already acted.
Got it. Thank you, Madam President. I would renew the request that it go by for the day.
Without objection, the substitute for House Bill 1777 goes by for the day.
House Bill 2282, Forest Crops Exemptions from Virginia Stormwater Management Program, etc. for harvesting. Reported from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources, and we have reconsidered the failure to pass.
Chair recognizes Senator Peterson, the senator from Fairfax City.
Thank you, Madam President. I realize the formality pass to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, we've debated this a good bit, both in committee and on the floor. Basically, this creates exemption to our the stormwater permit laws, whereby if you go and clear trees in a Chesapeake Bay protected area, you have to replant the trees. And there are exceptions to that, and they're almost all temporary in nature. And there's an itemization of the exceptions. What this did on its face looked innocuous, but unfortunately, and I give the proponents credit for candor, was it would allow you to take down trees basically for the purpose of timbering and then go ahead and develop the property rather than replanting the trees, as opposed to typically in timbering, once you take down the trees, you plant new trees. That's the whole purpose of timbering. So I felt like this is a very significant expansion of what would be very limited exemptions to the Chesapeake Bay Act and the Virginia Stormwater Management Program, which has been very critical in Chesapeake Bay, the health of the Chesapeake Bay. So I voted against it. I plan to do so again, and if someone has an opposing point of view, I'll sit down. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Morrissey, the junior senator from Richmond.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, would somebody in support of HB 2282 yield for a question or questions? Speaking to the measure.
The senator has the floor.
I'm going to not try to echo the comments of my colleague from Fairfax City, but if you look at this bill, it's perplexing for several reasons. This bill indicates that there has to be certain provisions that comply with the Virginia Stormwater Management Program and the Erosion and Sediment Control Program. That's clear. And then there are some exceptions. And if you look at the bill, beginning on lines 49, there are some exceptions to that, and they actually make sense. If you want to clear land for agricultural purposes is number 2. If it's a single-family resident, less than 1 acre, 3 and 4. And item 6, if it's a reclamation program, you want to reclaim the land, that's an exception. If it's a public emergency, that's an exception. But then get down to the gist of the bill, 9.9. You can clear lands for the harvesting of all forest crops which are not intended to be converted back to farmland. It is the complete antithesis of the exemptions and examples 1 through 8. And then the real precious point of this is on line 87, where it says, provided that the land disturbing activity is the minimum land disturbance necessary. Who determines that? Who determines what is necessary? I bet it's nobody from the Stormwater Management Program. I bet it's not somebody from the Sediment Control Program. It might be the excavator, the person operating the excavating machine. He determines how much do we clear this land in its entirety. I think it's a very bad bill. I think it is operating in complete juxtaposition to what we established under the Stormwater Management Program and the Sediment Control Program. I hope there's a lot of bipartisan reds for this bill, Madam President. Thank you.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
16 noes, 24.
Aye, 16 noes, 24. The bill fails.
House Bill 1437, a bill relating to installation, etc., of devices in highway right-of-way, law enforcement purposes, regulation.
Chair recognizes.
The Committee on Transportation with a substitute.
Excuse me, Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Lewis, the senator from Accomack.
I'm sorry, Madam President. I rise for the purpose of a motion, and the motion would be to recommit to the Committee on Transportation. If I could speak to that motion.
Which bill, sir? The one before us?
Yes, yes.
HB 1437?
Yes, ma'am.
The senator may continue.
Madam Chairman, members of the Senate, the body will recall this is what's commonly referred to as the license plate reader bill, which was on a smooth journey in both bodies until yesterday when we saw an unraveling the likes of which I have never seen down the hall. So after talking to some important people, in an act of what is truly bipartisan strategery, Delegate Wiley and I have decided that it would be better to live to try and fight another day, and that we are going to mutually move to refer our respective bills in our respective bodies to the Committee of Origin. And so that would be my motion, Madam Chair, that we recommit this bill to the the Senate Transportation Committee.
The question is, shall House Bill 1437 be recommitted to the Committee on Transportation? All those in favor of that motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. House Bill 1437 is recommitted to the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 1649, a bill relating to towing trespassing vehicles, limitations on fees, reported from the Committee on Transportation, and there's one floor amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator Marsden, the senator from Western Fairfax County. No? Chair recognizes instead the senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator DeSteff.
Madam President, Senator Morrison, thank you very much. After much discussion yesterday and back and forth on this, I think that this would be much more
motion, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Madam President, I waive the reading of the Senate amendment, floor amendment.
The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment be waived? Those in favor of that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. Senator DeSteff.
Madam President, speaking to the floor amendment very briefly.
The senator may continue.
This basically to get a better understanding and a better support for this, I think it would be more palatable if we change the surcharge of the fee from $30 to $20, and I would move that we support and move forward with that Senate floor amendment. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Morrissey, the junior senator from Richmond.
The gentleman yield for a question.
Will the senator from Virginia Beach, senior senator, yield?
Madam President, happily so.
Senator yields. Senator Morrissey has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. So yesterday we were at the position that instead of raising it from 150 to 180, we were going to keep it at 150, but just have a $30 gas surcharge. That's where we were yesterday, correct?
Senator DeSteff has the floor.
Madam President, if I may, and to further explain to the gentleman, what he's referring to is the maximum fee that could be set for towing. There are certain jurisdictions throughout the Commonwealth that are much lower than that. I believe Arlington is $135. I think I saw all the way down to $95 when I was looking statewide on this. What this specifically is addressing is only the fuel service charge fee and taking it from $30 down to $20, and the $150 is still the exact same as it has been in the Code of Virginia for, I believe it's 4 years, if I'm not mistaken.
The gentleman yield for another question.
Well, the senator from Virginia Beach, yield.
Madam President, happy to, even happy to dance if you'd like.
Senator Morrissey has the floor.
Thank the Senator. So once again, we're going from 150 not to 180, but we're going from 150 to 170, and we're adding $20 for a gas surcharge, correct?
Senator DeSteph has the floor.
Madam President, and if I may explain this a little further, again, it's not my bill, but the maximum fee that can be charged is $150. Certain jurisdictions, as I stated earlier, like Arlington and others, are much lower than the $150. They're $135, and one jurisdiction they charge $95. What this does, as we've seen an increase in the fuel costs over the last 2 to 4 years, primarily in the last 2 years, this really, and inflation, this really just subsidizes those tow fees while we go to a study, determine the best approach on how to do this between this year and next, and that this would only stay in place for 1 year.
The gentleman yield for another question.
Will the senator, the senior senator from Virginia Beach, yield for another question?
Madam Chair, I'm happy to. I'm sorry,
Senator yields. Senator Morrissey has the floor.
We go down another road. I'd ask the gentleman, I know there are a number of counties and cities that are in opposition to this. Arlington County, for example, leading the way and being opposite and opposing this measure. And I know there are many, many other counties and cities. Can you tell the body what cities and counties in the Commonwealth are in favor of this $20, what was a $30 gas surcharge, but now is a $20 surcharge? Do you have a list of them?
Senator DeSteph has the floor.
Madam Chair, Madam President, I do not have a list of them. I've not, I did a quick Google check on what the local ordinances were and looked at what the cost or what certain ordinances across the state charge for the basic tow. I did not go out and pulse any and all cities to find out who supported it and who did not support the 150, the 180, the 135, the 95, or the $20 or $30 fuel surcharge. With the increase in maintenance, with the increase in cost of parts to repair anything, with the increase in cost of fuel, even with the per diem and mileage reimbursement rates going up, I thought that this would be a very fair compromise at $20 for a fuel service charge when we've seen things all over the Commonwealth from the specific initial towing service charge. And again, we're talking about this to go into effect for 1 year until we can have a study, go through this, and look at what is fair and reasonable across the board. And we plan on doing an exhaustive study on that. I did not, between the time I heard this yesterday and the time I did it last night and did the floor amendment to go from 30 to 20, I did not pulse all of the cities, and nor did I have time to.
Senator Morrissey.
Would the gentleman yield for a final question?
Final question, Senator DeSteph.
Yes, Madam President. In conclusion, I'm happy to yield for the final question.
Senator yields. Senator Morrissey has the floor.
I appreciate the senator doing a Google search and not being able to find a list of the cities or counties in the Commonwealth that would support this. But respectfully, could the senator tell us one city or one county in the Commonwealth that supports this gasoline surcharge increase of $20?
Senator DeSteph.
Madam President, Senator Morrissey, I have not specifically asked any county, cities, towns, or jurisdictions whether they would or would not support this. What I will say is when I get concrete delivered to a job, I get a fuel service charge. When I have lumber delivered to a job, I get a fuel service charge. When the young lady who sits as a receptionist at my front desk orders food and it's delivered, she pays a fuel service charge. When Amazon delivers groceries to my house, when I request it, I pay a fuel service charge. I thought that we've not done anything with the towers. The cost of fuel has gone up. I was trying to find a compromise at $20, and I believe this is fair and reasonable. Otherwise, I would not have done it. Madam Chair, Madam President, I will also state that I believe with what we've seen with inflation and everything else, this is fair and reasonable while we go and conduct the study that we're talking about doing over the summer, which I believe if the chairman in transportation and I have an agreement that I'll be participating in that, pulling in a university to help us. And I have a whole three-ring binder of information from the last time I did this 14 years ago.
I thank the senator, and at the appropriate time speaking to the measure.
Senator Favola, the senator from Arlington, has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I think this amendment maybe makes a bad bill slightly better.
For what purpose does the senator rise?
Thank you, Madam President. I am speaking to the amendment.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I would submit that this amendment makes a bad bill slightly better, but not good enough to pass. I do want to note that if you read line 16, in addition to the base fee, which could be $150, Arlington's at $135, there may be a charge of $30 for an evening tow between 7 p.m. and 8 a.m. or a tow on the weekends. So there is what we would consider, at least the analysis, initial analysis that Arlington County has done, we would consider a generous fee to the towing company. Why are we putting the cart before the horse? We did pass, and it was a unanimous vote, I believe, in transportation to PBI a bill that had consumer protection language in it and other language that would have been what I would consider a compromise. But the bill was PBI'd because there were technical issues with the understanding that a letter would be sent to the Secretary of VDOT to actually convene stakeholders, including the AG's office, to come up with a bill that would analyze data that would be requested by from the localities and also develop a true consumer protection provision where an individual would have a right of action to sue a towing company rather than relying on just the Attorney General. That was the context by which we were all considering a towing increase. But we have dropped off all the consumer protection stuff. I implore us to wait a year and not support the amendment, and then I will speak to, I think my comments, Madam President, would also relay to the passage of the bill when we get to that motion. But thank you, Madam President.
The question is, shall the floor amendment be agreed to? Those in favor of that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The floor amendment is agreed to. Senator Marsden, the senator from Western Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. With the knowledge that the study will be taking place next year, based on my similar bill in the Virginia Senate that passed out of, that was PBI'd in the Senate Transportation Committee, I would move that based on the vote of the Transportation Committee, that the bill pass.
Chair recognizes Senator Morrissey, the senator from Richmond, the junior senator from Richmond.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, my seatmate, the gentlelady from Arlington, said it better than I could have said.
The senator's purpose for rising.
Speaking to the measure.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. The gentlelady from Arlington stated what I was going to say, but did it better. This, we're still doing and giving the tow truck operators 2/3 of what they wanted. I understand the gentleman, the senior senator from Virginia Beach, wants to have a study. And I'm assuming that all of the stakeholders, the tow truck drivers, the counties, the cities are genuine and they're wanting to reach an agreement. But let's have that study, but let's not add this $20 surcharge to it. Let's have the study and determine whether the $150 is a suitable rate. Maybe it's less. Maybe it is more. But what we're doing, as the gentlelady from Arlington said, is putting the cart before the horse, giving them the $20, and without even doing the study. I hope that the body would defeat the measure.
Chair recognizes Senator Bell, the senator from Loudoun.
Speaking the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Reluctantly, I rise to speak against this bill. I appreciate dropping it from 30 to 20 on the fuel subsidy, but frankly, I still agree with the comments that it's flawed. I just have checked to verify several fuel price averages from 1 year ago to today, and ironically, fuel prices are less. A year ago, the average gasoline gallon was $3.51. Now it's $3.39. So it doesn't make sense. You know, it doesn't make any good sense to me, using the different sense, to pass a bill with a fuel surcharge when in fact fuel prices have gone down. Agree that there's other inflationary factors here, but we're not passing a bill to increase rates on other. We're passing it under the guise of a fuel subsidy, which I think is false. So on that, I believe that this is a problem with this bill, and I hope that we will defeat it.
Chair again recognizes Senator DeSteff.
Madam President, I apologize for speaking twice on this measure, but I would like to just correct one thing. The last time
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And speaking to the bill and the measure, last time we did anything on this and increased this was 4 years ago. And if you look at what the price of fuel was 4 years ago and where we are today, and I understand that, you know, there's been inflation, and fuel from last year, which was almost twice what it is from 2 years prior, is we're a little bit cheaper today. But when you talk $4 a gallon for diesel and $5 a gallon for diesel, it's still twice what it was 4 years ago, which was $1.98 a gallon for diesel. Thank you, Madam President. I would hope that the floor would and the body would support this measure, because I think it's truly fair and reasonable for those hardworking individuals that are out there every day trying to ensure that we keep these vehicles off the road. Thank you.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The bill passes.
House Bill 2013, a bill relating to probation, revocation, and suspension of sentence, penalty, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Chair recognizes Senator Surville, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd move that we re-refer the bill to the Senate Judiciary Committee. Speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen, Senate, we heard this bill in Judiciary Committee. It was identical to a bill that we heard last year that went to conference and never came out. We made some very heavy amendments to it this session and threw an enactment clause on it in deference to the patron who thought we might be able to get something done in conference, but it's been pretty clear over the last couple of days that ain't happening. So nothing's going to happen with this bill this session. So I think it's just better left in committee, where it should have probably been left to begin with. So I'd ask that we re-refer this.
The question is, shall the bill be recommitted to the Committee on the Judiciary? Those in favor of that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The chair is uncertain. This will be a recorded vote. Those who wish the bill to be recommitted to the Committee on the Judiciary will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 18.
Ayes 22, noes 18. The bill is recommitted.
House Bill 2129, a bill relating to testimony by child victims and witnesses using two-way closed-circuit television standard. The committee substitute has been agreed to by the Senate, and the committee amendment has been agreed to by the Senate.
Chair recognizes Senator Deeds, the senator from Charlottesville.
Madam President, could that bill go by for the day?
Without objection, House Bill 2129 goes by for the day.
House Bill 1452, a bill relating to appointment of sworn unit investigators to Medicaid Fraud Control Unit, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Edwards, a senator from Roanoke City.
Madam President, I move that the substitute from the Committee on the Judiciary be adopted.
I think you want to reject that, sir?
All right.
From the Judiciary?
In that case, I move that the substitute be rejected.
With a recommendation that it be rejected, shall the substitute from the Committee on the Judiciary be agreed to? Those in favor of that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute from the Judiciary is rejected. Senator Edwards.
Madam President, I move that the substitute from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations be adopted.
The question is, shall the substitute from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations be adopted? Those in favor of that motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The substitute is adopted. Senator Edwards.
Madam President, what this bill does is give the Attorney General 30...
Your motion, sir?
Yeah, my motion is that the bill be reported and that the bill has to do with giving the Attorney General 30 law enforcement officers to investigate Medicaid fraud, and there's some safeguards with regard to search warrants and the like. So with that recommendation, with that explanation, I move that the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The bill passes.
House Bill 1510, a bill relating to urban green space local incentives, reported from the Committee on Local Government.
Chair recognizes Senator Lewis, the senator from Accomack.
Madam President, move the bill pass. And speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, members of the Senate, HB 1510 seeks to provide localities the authority to ease permitting fees and restrictions to encourage the preservation, restoration, or development of urban green space. This bill does not mandate localities to do anything, but rather gives those that currently have the resources a tool, to incentivize or accelerate urban green space development. The bill's language provides that rural areas and areas of low population density are not considered urban green space, and that any regulatory flexibility be proportionate to the impact it has on the reduction of the urban heat effect, the offsetting of greenhouse gas emissions, or the mitigation of stormwater. With that, Madam President, I renew my motion that House Bill 1510 pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 32, noes 8.
Ayes 32, noes 8. The bill passes.
House Bill 1770, a bill relating to electric utilities scheduled for rate review proceedings, reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Saslaw, the senior senator from Fairfax County.
Madam President and members of the Senate,
Are you moving the sub?
First of all, I move the substitute.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to. Senator Saslaw.
Very briefly, this takes Delegate Kilgore's bill and converts it to my 1265, which I explained to you all earlier. Gives a $7 bottom line, a $7 a month rate decrease starting in July. And all of the other parts of the bill were changed to mine. And as Senator Norman told you, we're working, to try to come up with something that everybody, can agree with. So I would ask that you accept the substitute.
This is for passage.
And pass the bill.
Chair recognizes Senator Peterson, the senator from Fairfax City.
Thank you, Madam President, and rise to speak in opposition to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
And Madam President, I recognize I have fewer and fewer opportunities to address issues while my senior senator colleague from Fairfax County is still my mentor, my friend, and my father figure. But I have to say, and I don't mean that in the Oedipal sense, okay? All right. But let me just set the stage. When I was a little boy, and my parents took me to Burke Lake Park to see a man running for governor named Henry Howell. And there was a picture taken that was on the front page of the Washington Post the next day, and I still have it framed in my basement, and it shows a little boy in a sailor suit with no top on. He just had the suspenders, and he was pointing up at this speaker who was running for governor, and on the speaker there was a poster in front of little boy, and it said, "Let's keep the big boys honest, make Henry Howell our next governor." And that little boy, of course, was me. I was 1 year old. It was 1969. He was running for governor. And I've always drawn inspiration from that. And so I just say, you got to keep the big boys honest. And that's kind of what we do around here. Now, this bill is going to go into conference, I know. But please keep in mind that when we set these returns on equity, when we set these sister utility rates, what we're doing is we're negotiating on behalf of millions of Virginians who don't have the ability to do it for themselves. So please keep that in mind. Cast a red vote and keep the big boys honest. It's about a D, in the D, maybe D plus. Thank you. All right.
Chair recognizes Senator Normand, the senator from James City County.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking in favor of the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, I was reminded how fragile and short is the life of peculiar alliances that develop on the floor of the Senate. And as the senator was speaking, I looked over my shoulder, and lo and behold, right from this portrait, I heard somebody whispering in my ear. Iran is keeping the big boys honest, and I lost the election. I lost the election in spite of the little boy with the suspenders on and the sailor's outfit being awed. And, you know, that picture belongs in the basement. But I would say once again, once again, Madam President, I would say that this really is a work in progress, and let's keep the matter moving forward.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 25, noes 14.
Ayes 25, noes 14. The bill passes.
House Bill 1842, a bill relating to Virginia Business Ready Sites Acquisition Fund and Program created. Reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Barker, the senator from Southern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I ask that this bill go by for the day. We have a substitute that we're going to adopt hopefully tomorrow.
Without objection, House Bill 1842 goes by for the day.
House Bill 2028, a bill relating to guardianship, duties of guardian, visitation requirements. Reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute, and there is a floor amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator Deeds, the senator from Charlottesville. Substitute. The chair recognizes Senator Peake, the senator from Lynchburg.
Madam Chair, I have a floor substitute. No, not first. Floor amendment. Sorry.
We have to take up the substitute first, and then we'll come to the amendment.
Jack that. Floor amendment.
Madam President.
For what purpose does the senator from Prince William rise?
I move the committee substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the committee substitute on HB 2028 be agreed to. Those in favor of that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to. Senator Peake.
Yes, Madam President. Now I ask that we take up my floor amendment.
Waive the reading.
I ask we waive the reading.
The question is, shall the reading of the floor substitute be waived? Those in favor of that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The reading of the floor substitute is waived. Senator Peake.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Speaking to this amendment.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. House Bill 2028 concerns guardianship and visitation requirements. And what the bill has done is set out that guardians visit their wards 3 times a year and once every 120 days. And I believe 2 of those times have to be in person. Well, after this bill passed in Senate committee, I was contacted, and the senator from Bedford's office was also contacted by a former head of the Central Virginia Training Center's Friends and Family Board and Commission. And she's brought up concerns that they have with a lot of the training centers having been closed, all but 2, one at Hiram Davis and one in Chesapeake, that some people from deep southwest Virginia or parts away have a difficult time. And a lot of times these parents are now up in years. Their children have been in the training centers for a number of years. And some of them have a difficult time making that trek. And they have other people who might check on their loved one to go in, but they might not be able to personally make that trip. And they're afraid that they could get caught by not making it every 120 days. So the floor amendment accepts family, and also they have to be unpaid. So a guardian who's a family member of the incapacitated person and who is unpaid is exempt from those visitation requirements. And again, I say I bring that at the request of people who are very involved in Central Virginia Training Center, and would ask that we could pass this amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator McPike, the senator from Prince William.
Thank you, Madam President. Rise to speak to oppose the floor's amendment.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate the gentleman's thoughtful insight, but I want to clarify one point. The point of the bill is no matter what the circumstances, the court itself is appointing a guardian independent of the status of whether they're a family member or not. And this has a pretty significant meaning because it is essentially total governance over another person's life from A to Z. And this is a huge responsibility. This is important that the substitute stay as is. The substitute that was adopted in committee provides that the guardian only do 1 visit a year as a minimum. The others can be by teleconference. You can send another individual as a family rep to visit. I think this provides really the minimum bare bones responsibility when you're in charge of someone else's life to at least find a way to do 1 visit, because unfortunately, Madam President, there have been a number of cases that the guardians are not in contact, do not realize the living conditions, and that's led to serious abuse cases. This bill is seeking to provide really the minimum guardrail that we need in place and that we don't have right now. And unfortunately, I've been on the receiving side of the 911 calls in my other life and seen cases that have led to death, where persons are not being followed up because they're not aware of the living conditions. And it is serious. And unfortunately, you've seen over the last couple of years, Richmond Times-Dispatch articles and other things that have highlighted different things. By carving this out, unfortunately, it really undermines, because the courts only recognize guardianship. Certainly family selection as a guardian is certainly a positive thing. But providing a card out from an administration standpoint gets really difficult. This is too important, and I appreciate the intent of the gentleman's floor amendment, but I would urge this body to reject it. This is too important of a responsibility. We need at least a minimum one time a year check. And I can't speak to all the circumstances of why people may or may not, and maybe there's a reevaluation of guardianship that needs to happen. But that should be a part of the court process, Madam President, and I appreciate the body's time and to reject this floor amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator Deeds, the senator from Charlottesville.
Yes, ma'am. I rise to speak against the amendment.
The senator has the floor.
In the advocate that this gentleman from Lynchburg spoke of testified in committee, and the advocate's thoughts and the remarks of the woman that testified with her were both heartfelt, and I get it. The problem is they had relatives, siblings, I think, that they're guardians of that were in Central Virginia, and when that facility closed down, they had to go to Hiram Davis, which is in Petersburg, or Chesapeake to visit their siblings. And they're worried that when they get older, and these were women that are my age or a little bit older probably, they're worried that when they get older, they won't be able to visit their children. But this bill is a product of a considerable amount of study. I think JLARC was involved. I think that there's been a lot of work in this area, and one visit out of 3 at a minimum is not that burdensome, I don't think, for a person or for a guardian. This bill was intended to address some missteps of guardians have taken in the past, some of which have garnered publicity that have not been a good look for us policymakers in Virginia. So this bill is to clean up the guardianship process, and I hope you don't adopt this amendment.
The question is, shall the floor amendment be agreed to? Those in favor of that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The floor amendment is not agreed to. Senator Deeds.
Madam President, I think the bill has basically been described, and I rise to move that the bill pass. Speaking to that,
the senator has the floor.
I think the bill has essentially been described. It does a few things more besides requiring a visit once every 120 days, one of which has to be in person. It allows some to be by conference call or video call. The substitute that was adopted in this, and I'm not sure, we have adopted the substitute. The substitute that was adopted in committee says that a friend may conduct an in-person visit to the incapacitated person in addition to the family member. And it adds that if the guardian or person designated by the guardian is unable to conduct the visit in person, then such visit may be conducted by electronic or telephonic means. And the rest of the amendments are basically technical. I ask that you pass the bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The bill passes.
House Bill 2161, a bill relating to local government, standardization of public notice requirements for certain intended actions. Reported from the Committee on Local Government with a substitute, and there's a floor amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator Lewis, the senator from Accomack.
I'll yield to
Senator Marsden.
I'll yield to Senator Donovan.
Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Donovan, the senator from Enrico.
Could this just go by temporarily?
Without objection, House Bill 2161 goes by temporarily.
House Bill 2171, a bill relating to religious freedom, applicability of certain executive orders. Reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Peterson, the senator from Fairfax City.
Thank you, Madam President. Move we adopt the committee substitute.
The question is, shall the substitute be adopted? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is adopted. Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the bill is in the substitute form pass and speak to the measure.
The senator has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, you'll see that on the Star Trek Enterprise, Captain Kirk and Lieutenant Spock were not part of this effort, so Lieutenant Sulu will be taking over. The bottom line is this. Do I have that correct? This is a pretty simple bill in its substituted form. It got watered down a lot from the House version. It simply says, no rule, regulation, or order issued by the governor or other governmental entity pursuant to this chapter, which would be the emergency regulations chapter, shall impose restrictions on the operation of a place of worship that are more restrictive than the restrictions imposed on any other business, organization, or activity. And basically the idea is, if you keep the dance hall open, you got to keep the church open. And it's essentially a non-discrimination against houses of religious worship. I think that's probably a common sense to most of us. It's certainly consistent with the First Amendment. And having said that, I move the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 5.
Ayes 35, noes 5. The bill passes.
House Bill 2184, a bill relating to judgment liens, release of specific property, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with amendments.
Chair recognizes Senator Edwards, the senator from Roanoke City.
Madam President, Senate Bill.
You're moving the committee amendments?
I move that the amendments be adopted.
The question is, shall the committee amendments be adopted? Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The committee amendments are adopted. Senator Edwards.
Madam President, this is a process for settlement agents to release liens under certain conditions. They may release, settlement agents may release a lien on a property from a judgment lien when the lien creditor has failed to respond to a request in writing to pay the amount involved. And it has some protections in there as well. They have to exercise due diligence and the like. And so, for efficiency's sake, I move the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close.
Ayes 37, noes 2.
Ayes 37, noes 2. The roll is closed. The bill passes.
House Bill 2230, a bill relating to probation, revocation for failure to complete, etc. Reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Deeds, the senator from Charlottesville.
Ma'am, I don't think I voted for this bill, so I'll yield to my friend, the senator from Roanoke.
Chair recognizes Senator Obenshain. Senator Obenshain, the senator from Rockingham County.
Madam President, I move that the bill pass.
The substitute?
Move to adopt the committee substitute.
The question is, shall the substitute be adopted? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is adopted. Senator Obenshain.
Madam President, this is a companion to a bill.
Your motion, sir?
Move that the bill pass.
The senator may continue.
Madam President, speaking of the bill, this bill is a companion to a bill I carried that passed out of this body. The substitute conformed it to the bill, and basically all it does is conforms the way that violations of post-conviction release and probation are handled, so that there is no inconsistency, so that they are both handled by a circuit court judge, not by the parole board. So this is just a matter of consistency in how we treat people who violate technical terms or terms of their release, whether it's probation or post-release supervision. That's all it does.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 27, noes 13.
Ayes 27, noes 13. The bill passes.
House Bill 2302, a bill relating to Transportation Partnership Opportunity Fund funds for transportation projects. Reported from the Committee on Transportation with a substitute and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with amendments.
Chair recognizes Senator Marsden, the senator from Western Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. With the motion that we reject the transportation substitute, I move that we approve the Transportation Committee substitute.
Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Newman, the gentleman from Bedford.
Madam President, if the gentleman will allow, that bill go by temporarily. I believe we actually need the substitute and the amendment, so if we could just talk about it and it go by temporarily.
Okay.
Without objection, House Bill 2302 goes by temporarily.
House Bill 2305, a bill relating to renewable energy portfolio standard sources competitive procurement. Reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Saslaw, the senior senator from Fairfax County.
Madam President, what the substitute requires
Are you moving the substitute?
I'll move the substitute. Yeah.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to. Senator Saslaw.
Sure. What the substitute does is...
Your motion, sir?
The motion is to adopt it and to pass the bill.
Pass the bill. Thank you, sir.
What that substitute does is it requires any Phase 1 or Phase 2 utility, which essentially you're talking about Appalachian and Dominion, to demonstrate that a proposed facility was subject to a competitive procurement process or solicitation when applying for a certificate of public convenience or necessity. And I think it was in the VCEA bill, I think it was Dominion, as an example, was supposed to do 65%, and then 35% would be competitively bid. What this does is a substitute requires the whole thing to be, competitively processed. Dominion says they were doing it anyway, so it really doesn't change much for them. But what it does is it puts this into the code, and I would ask that we, it came out of Committee 13-2, and I would ask that we pass the bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
36, noes 4.
Ayes 36, noes 4. The bill passes.
House Bill 2331, a bill relating to animal care, seizure of animals, zoos. Reported from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources.
Chair recognizes Senator Peterson, the senator from Fairfax City.
Thank you, Madam President. Rise. Let me speak to the bill. Rise, speak to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I move as a formal matter that the bill pass, but I actually am going to vote against this bill, and I'll give a brief description. I know I'm going to get some the opposing side. This would add zoo animals to Title 3.2, which is the title, the chapter in the code which deals with agriculture and agricultural animals, and it has basically specifies standards for feeding, for care, defines agricultural animals, defines agriculture as the production of food and other commodities. The problem with it is, in my opinion, is that zoo animals are different. They're not being raised to be fed or to become produce, but rather they're raised to be exhibited. And I just feel like this, frankly, is an end run around what our consumer protection laws and other laws that are being used right now to protect zoo animals. So we had a very brief hearing at my desk on this. I know there was a hearing in subcommittee, and hopefully the subcommittee chair will chime in with more detail, but I don't intend to vote in favor of it. So with that ringing endorsement, I move the bill pass.
Chair recognizes Senator Marsden, the senator from Western Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. Speak to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. When we try to make legislation based on one anecdotal incident, we run into some difficulties. And if you were ever going to vote to change the laws in Virginia based on one anecdote, boy, this is not the one. This occurred in 1999. That's the genesis of this bill. It occurred in a zoo where a number of exotic animals were kept. These weren't agricultural animals. They were left with feces and urine, without water, no ventilation. There was due process in this case. It was taken to court and by the local Commonwealth attorney, and there was a removal of those animals as a result of that, and the owner has gone on to be apparently charged with animal trafficking. VDAX, which is what this bill would move this towards, has no experience whatsoever with these kinds of animals. The VDAX veterinarian, at least in the local level, they can bring in an expert to determine whether these exotic species are taken care of, but they have nothing to do with agricultural animals other than the fact that these folks are making a living off of housing them in a zoo-like atmosphere. This is a very dangerous road to go down to change the law in regards to this. There's plenty of due process already in place, and I would urge the body to reject this bill.
Chair recognizes Senator Hanger, the senator from Augusta.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to speak to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Members of the Senate, reference was made back to 1999 and what happened back then. And this is not about 1999. This is about 2023 and what we need to do right now to protect the elephants. One elephant in specifically that's a good friend of mine that I would like to be able to maintain his lodging and his friendships and the people he loves and the people and the children that come to see him. You like elephants, okay. I started to wind my elephant tie today, Madam President. You know, people on this side of the aisle tend to do that sometimes. But zoos, this is about an entity that is a business, okay? Just like farming is a business. We created the situation to give due process to the agriculture community for their livestock because you need due process. Some people from the city wander out there and they see cows out in the field and it's snowing on them. They say, oh, now those animals are being abused. I better call somebody and see if we can do something about this. Same with zoos. Zoos are confined. And quite frankly, let me just tell you what the bill does do. It doesn't do anything onerous. It defines what a zoo is because there was no definition for a zoo. Zoos have to be licensed by the federal government. They also have licensing from the state as well. And zoos are things that people like to visit. Any of y'all like to visit the zoo? I go to the Washington Zoo almost every year. I love to go up there and see that and wander around through the zoo. There are other zoos around that are privately operated. And they're there for the convenience of people who don't live close to Washington, D.C. or some other metropolitan area where their children and people can go and see animals that are there that probably wouldn't even be alive if it weren't for the fact that they were in a zoo where they can be cared for properly and be made available for public viewing and interaction. So what this bill does, it defines what a zoo is, and then it puts it in the same protections that we afford agricultural animals. That is, there has to be due process. You can't just come in the middle of the night and steal these exotic animals because you think they're being abused. You have to have a humane investigator come out there and check things out. And if he finds that they're being abused, well, you can take action and court action, and you can seize those animals and take them away. That's all it does. It just delays the process a little bit while you make sure the action that you're taking is appropriate. I understand there are people and I'll name a couple organizations that actually I support many of their efforts. PETA, the Humane Society, they do good things sometimes. They make us aware of the potential to abuse the animals that we should be loving and caring for if we have custody of them, just like our children or the elderly or even our friends on the other side of the aisle. We want to look out for you. Well, at any rate, I've labored this long enough. The point is, this is a good bill, and we should support it. And if you can give me a good reason why not, I'd like for you to tell me after you vote for it. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Boysko, the senator from northwestern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I stand in opposition to HB 2331.
The senator has the floor.
Speaking to the bill. So right now in 3.2-6569, we have a very clear standard of seizure and impoundment of animals. And the patron has indicated that the bill was a way to provide due process for zoo animals and their owners at the time of the seizure. There is a comprehensive set of statutes in the code already that covers the reasons why animals may be seized, the method of notice to the owner, and the time frame during which the law enforcement officials must present to a court the reasons for the seizure. We already have the protections for the animals. This bill will change the protection of animals and treat them as though they are farm animals, which they are not. I strongly recommend that you vote against this. This bill is opposed by the Virginia Animal Control Association, the Federation of Humane Societies, the Veterinary Medical Association, the Alliance of Animal Shelters, the Richmond SCPCA, the Virginia Coalition for the Beagles Protection, which we all work together, the Humane Society, as well as PETA. The folks who work and protect these animals on a daily basis, who are very involved in this, have put up the red flag and asked us to stand together to support these animals. The folks who, as the senator from Western Fairfax mentioned, there are a group of folks who have been indicted for animal trafficking and cruelty to animals who have been supporting this bill. I ask that our colleagues stand in solidarity as we did last year for the beagles and protect our zoo animals. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Deeds, the senator from Charlottesville.
Madam President, I did not intend to speak to this bill, but I rise to speak to it.
The senator has the floor.
I just wanted to give my friend from Augusta County an answer to his question. You know, I grew up on a farm, and there's a reason why farm animals are treated differently than other animals. The reason is you butcher them. There's no reason. I don't want the Humane Society or the American Society for the Protection of Animals or PETA on my farm to check out my hogs before I slaughter them and eat them. That's not the reason why animals are kept in a zoo. They have to be treated with care. They shouldn't be treated as agricultural animals, and I hope that you will not pass this bill.
Madam President.
Will the Senator Hager.
Thank you, Madam President. I would ask if the senator from Charlottesville would rise for purpose of a question.
Will the senator from Charlottesville rise?
I rise.
The senator rises and yields. Senator Hager has the floor.
I would ask the gentleman recognize that not all farm animals are eaten, and some of them are subject to abuse. In fact, it's one of the more common areas. Do you eat your horses?
Senator Deeds has the floor.
I would say to the gentleman that if he read Stephen Ambrose's Undaunted Courage, he'd find that on the Lewis and Clark trip across this continent, their favorite food was horse meat. I would say to the gentleman, however, that I've never had that, and the gentleman is correct in certain parts of the central part of Virginia. There have been well-known cases of abuse of equine, so I will acknowledge you don't butcher all your animals.
Senator. Chair recognizes Senator Saslaw, the senior senator from Fairfax County.
Madam President, I'd ask if Senator Hanger would yield for a question.
Will Senator Hanger rise and yield?
Yes, Madam President. I'd
The
be
gentleman
pleased to yield.
yields. Senator Saslaw has the floor.
Yeah, I just have one question. You had stated that you go to Washington and visit the zoo, and I was wondering why you needed to go to Washington. Based on what I've seen, we got one right here.
Senator Hanger.
Madam President, I'm not sure how to answer that other than we do have people who identify as elephants on this side and people who identify as Jack, which you know, on the other side.
Chair recognizes Senator Morrissey, the junior senator from Richmond.
Thank you, Madam President. I have a question, and I'm going to ask either the gentlelady from Arlington, from Northwestern Fairfax, or the gentleman from Augusta to answer, to yield and answer it. And it's a serious question, and it determines how I vote. Yesterday, after I listened to the debate,
will the gentleman rise and yield for a question? Senator Hanger.
I yield.
The senator yields. Senator Morrissey has the floor.
Yesterday, after listening to the brief debate, I called Jim Anderlin, who's the director of the Richmond Zoo, and I asked him about this bill. And I need to know how I vote, and here's the criteria. I consider myself an animal lover. I have a farm out there with horses and sometimes chickens, and I consider myself an animal lover. I visit the Richmond Zoo with my kids at least once a month. Just visited the baby cheetah and the baby hippo. I absolutely believe in due process. I absolutely believe that you don't just come and take somebody's property and then after taking it, just determine whether or not you had the authority to take it. And I believe in all the good things that folks like PETA do. So given those criteria, those 5 things, how do I vote on this bill? And it is a serious question because I am conflicted.
Okay.
Senator Hanger has the floor.
Madam President, I would respond to the gentleman by saying that I agree. I concur with you on your observation about the items there, as you mentioned, and specifically about due process. Without this bill, and again, someone referred back to 1999, this is not about 1999. This is about assurances right now for individuals that maintain exotic animals of any type and care for them lovingly, and have demonstrated that over the years, that someone that doesn't like zoo environments can't have someone come in and take those animals away without due process. And that's really all that the bill does. Make sure that there is an investigation before those animals are taken away against the owner's will.
I thank the gentleman. And Madam President, I'd ask the gentlelady from Northwestern Fairfax if she could answer that similar question with the same criteria, which I'm not going to repeat.
Will the senator from Northwestern Fairfax answer the question of the gentleman?
I will. Yes.
The senator has the floor.
Ma'am, so if you look at the bill, the only thing that changes in it says in line 235 through 237 that just defines what a zoo is, and it puts it under the Department of Agriculture and Department of Wildlife Resources. I am here to tell you this will now put them in the same category to be treated as though they are cows, sheep, pigs, chickens. I stand with my colleagues who have spoken in opposition of this bill and believe that animals in a zoo are different and they should be treated differently. We are not using them as work animals. We are not using them as food. They are there, one, so that people can understand different types of animals around the world and be exposed to them for conservation purposes, for breeding purposes. We do not want to go down this road, and there are already significant and adequate protections for zoo animals under the current code, and I would encourage the gentleman from Richmond to vote against the bill.
I thank the gentlelady.
Chair recognizes Senator Stanley, the senator from Franklin County.
Speak to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, I'd say to my friends around me, I don't know why you're complaining. You guys keep going. Will you speak to the bill? Will you talk to the bill? What's your opinion? So I stand up because I think there has to be a balance, and you did. But there has to be a balance here, guys. If you read the bill, what this does is it's not a reactionary bill. It's not one that attempts to remove the property rights of the zookeeper. It's not the one that allows groups or militant groups to come in and seize animals. There's kind of a balance. Because if you read this bill for what it is, it says in clear and unambiguous language that if that inspector believes that an animal located at a zoo is suffering from a direct or immediate threat, the humane investigator, law enforcement officer, or animal control officer may seize the animal. In which the case, the humane investigator, law enforcement officer, animal control officer shall file within 5 business days a form approved by the veterinarian on report of the condition. But it also, as I've heard this due process part, is this allows the humane investigator, the animal investigator, to actually call the vet at VDAX. If you read the bill, they call the vet at VDAX and they say, hey, we've got an injured animal. What do we do at the zoo? So that there is at least a secondary layer of review before any rash decision is made. We must balance in these zoos that and understand the need of property rights and the protection of property rights with the protection of animals. If you read the bill, in my estimation, Madam President, it does both. It does both. The animal investigator can still seize that animal if that person sees a direct threat, immediate threat to that animal. But if it's kind of in that gray area, because it doesn't happen all the time, then they can call VDAX, get the veterinarian on, talk to the veterinarian, describe what they see, and from that then get a recommendation of what action to take. It does bring zoos into that realm. But I don't see that as a bad thing. I see that as the possibility that actually we can be more observant of these animals. I am crushed that I am separating myself for the first time in many, many years from my alliance with the senator from northwestern Fairfax County. And I understand her point. She makes very good points. But this bill in and of itself does not all of a sudden make the zookeeper a proprietor which can keep animal welfare investigators off their property. That's not doing that. What it does is bring them in line with how we actually extricate chattel from its owners when that chattel is being abused or neglected. And this is working in the agricultural field. It will work in those instances where zoos, private zoos, have animals that need to be inspected, must be cared for, and ultimately, we as a government must ensure that they are treated humanely, decently, and not abused. So, Madam President, I'm in favor of this bill, and I think we all should be. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Favola, the senator from Arlington.
Well, I have a question, and I'm not sure who I should direct this question to. Perhaps the senator from Augusta.
Will the senator from Augusta rise and yield for a question?
Yes, Madam President.
The senator yields. Senator Favola.
Thank you, Madam President. I sit on the subcommittee that heard this bill, the Companion Animal Subcommittee. And one of the arguments made was when we define a zoo animal under the VDAX code, it could in fact impede the ability of an animal inspector or the Commonwealth attorney from going in and doing what they need to do to protect the animal, because now they've got this overlay with VDAX, and VDAX has in so many words, not directly indicated, they really don't have the staff or expertise to be evaluating zoo animals. So that really bothered me because I felt that this definition was in the wrong place and could in fact impede the ability of at least the animal having due process.
Chair,
could you please respond to that?
Thank you.
Senator Hanger has the floor.
I'd be pleased to respond to the gentlelady. As the senator from Franklin very eloquently read from what we're actually doing here, it doesn't impede that ability at all. It simply states there very clearly, that the humane investigator can go on the grounds, and if he finds that there's a big problem, action can be taken immediately. Action can be taken immediately. And then you have to document with paperwork if in those cases. But there is due process built into this, and it has to be followed up with the appropriate findings in order to take those animals permanently away from the individual and do whatever needs to be done.
I thank the gentleman. I think there may be a difference of interpretation.
Chair recognizes Senator McClellan, the senior senator from Richmond.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
I would like to partially answer, or at least partially address the comments from the senator from Arlington. VDEX did more than just imply that they don't have this expertise. They outright said it in the fiscal impact statement for this bill. Although zoos are overseen and inspected by the United States Department of Agriculture under the Federal Animal Welfare Act and by the Virginia Department of Wildlife Resources, VDEX anticipates that the requirement to seek recommendation for seizure from the state veterinarian will require agency personnel to increasingly engage in zoological complaints. They go on to say the state veterinarian's office does not have expertise in this area. So we are asking the state veterinarian and VDEX to do something they don't have the expertise to do. What I don't understand is if we want to put due process around the seizure of zoo animals, I don't have a problem with that. But like the senator from Charlottesville, I do have a problem with classifying zoo animals as agricultural animals because they're not. There's a reason that it is harder to legally own a cheetah or an elephant or a lion. They're more dangerous. And yes, I know farm animals can be dangerous, but they're more domesticated than the wild animals you find in a zoo. And so it's a balance. Not only do we want to make sure that there's due process around when an animal is seized, but we probably want to make sure that how they're regulated recognizes how much more dangerous they are. And so I think while I support the intent of trying to have more due process around the seizure of a zoo animal, I think this bill just isn't the right way to do it. And for those reasons, I ask you to vote against it.
Chair again recognizes Senator Boysko.
Thank you. Speaking to the bill one more time, I appreciate
the senator has the floor.
So we're talking about protecting zoo animals, and I think a number of us have described why we believe that this is not the avenue to go. And I just want to point out that there's only been one seizure of a zoo in Virginia since there was one in 2019. It was a roadside zoo in Winchester. The law enforcement agents found bears and tigers and monkeys. They were in a barren enclosure without water and shade and ventilation. They were dehydrated, and there were malnutrition animals, including exotic birds and other animals being denied veterinary care. The court granted custody of every single of those seized animals to the Commonwealth, and the owner of the zoo was convicted of cruelty to animals. He is currently facing charges of wildlife trafficking and endangered species and additional charges of cruelty to animals. We have a system that works, and I believe that changing the terminology from zoo animal to agriculture animal for the reasons that have been expressed by my colleagues is a reason for us to vote this down. I know we all love animals. I believe this is the wrong direction. VDEX doesn't have the expertise. It is an unrealistic thing to think that. We have a process in place in the code that already protects these animals. We do not need this bill. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Stewart, the gentleman from King George.
Madam President, speak to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Just to address what was brought up by the senator from Richmond and the senator from Northwest Fairfax, if you read line 83 of the bill, agricultural animals, it means all livestock and poultry. We're not changing them to agricultural animals. If you keep on reading in the bill, it just calls them an animal. All this bill does is it puts them within the process to be treated such that a humane investigator can go in there to determine whether or not the animals are cared for or not, and if they're not, they can be removed. Commonwealth's attorney can always get a special grand jury or magistrate to issue a search warrant to go in there if they want. This bill's not going to change that. We are not defining these animals as agricultural animals, and I defy you to find that anywhere in the bill. And I don't know who said that we were. Maybe that was somebody in committee. I wasn't there in the subcommittee. But I'll repeat, we are not defining these animals as agricultural animals. Agricultural animals are livestock and poultry as defined within the black letter law of this bill. We're just initiating a process, which I think is a good thing for these animals. This is an oversight mechanism to make sure that we can deal with problems if it's necessary to deal with them. And I hope you'll support the bill.
Chair recognizes Senator Vogel, the senator from Fauquier.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
I thought I would just make a comment since there was a zoo in my district that was impacted, and it was quite a hectic situation. And I would tell you, it doesn't matter which side of the argument you're on in terms of a specific situation, because there are specific situations that are quite terrible, and animals are kept in an inhumane way and need to be removed. But no matter where you are on this, I think everybody should agree that you ought to have the opportunity for due process. And I think that was what was the major issue in terms of the investigation around the zoo in my community. It was just a lot of chaos around it. And so nobody really knew what was happening, and people were on the phone with law enforcement and on the phone with other people, and it was really disorderly, really chaotic. The person who actually was in charge of taking care of the animals was removed somewhere else. I just believe that it's actually in the best interest of the animals and of those that we care about, and in fact the process to assure that there is a component of due process. Thank you, Madam President.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 17, noes 23.
Ayes 17, noes 23. The bill fails.
Madam President.
Chair recognizes the senior senator from Richmond, Senator McClellan.
Having voted on the prevailing side by which we passed House Bill 2305 on the same page, I move that we reconsider that vote.
The question is, shall the vote by which House Bill 2305 passed be reconsidered? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The vote is reconsidered. Senator Saslaw.
Having been previously explained, Madam President, I move its passage.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 3.
Ayes 37, noes 3. The bill passes.
House Bill 2333, A bill relating to electric utilities, SCC, to establish a small modular nuclear reactors pilot program. Reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Saslaw.
I move to substitute, and I will explain that first.
You don't have to, but you can if you want to.
I'll do it anyway because it's changed the bill somewhat, and then I'll turn it over to Senator Servell, who wrote a good bit of that. What this committee substitute does is it gives the SEC the authority to establish a pilot program, but doesn't require it. That's one difference. The substitute requires that 50% of the construction cost for a small modular nuclear reactor pilot project be derived from federal, state, or local funding, grants, or tax incentives. In other words, we don't want the ratepayer to be paying 100% for this. The committee substitute also provides that the utilities cannot recover any cost related to the pilot project from the customers unless the project is completed and operating. So you won't have a situation similar to what we had, I think it was North Anna 3 and 4. And I would yield at this point to Senator Servell.
Who is going to move the substitute? Senator Saslaw has already moved the substitute. So, but he wants to comment on a substitute.
Sure.
All right, then. Senator Servell has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the substitute.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. So, ladies and gentlemen, what this is about is the federal government's made a bunch of money available for small modular nuclear reactors, and so there's I think, a race going on from folks to try to get in on this federal action. There's probably billions of dollars out there for this, and this substitute is very different from the bill that came over from the House, and my anticipation is it's going to go to conference. But the important parts to understand of it are this bill gives the SEC the discretion as to whether or not to set up the pilot. The original bill said that the SEC had to set up a pilot. This is different, number one. Number two, it makes it clear that the feds, we have to have substantial federal involvement in this. In other words, our ratepayers won't be funding the bulk of this. That's very important given the amount of dollars that are involved here. Thirdly, it talks about it sort of clarifies the factors the SEC has to look at when evaluating whether or not the cost of this is in ratepayer interest. Requires the SEC, for example, to look at the benefits of producing energy by nuclear power vis-a-vis some other form of power. So, for example, that include health benefits, can include environmental benefits, reduce climate change, that kind of thing. The SEC has not really ever clearly, definitively looked at those kinds of benefits in connection with a review like this. But most importantly, the senior senator from Fairfax County mentioned this, but the very last paragraph is kind of really the most important part, which is that's the paragraph that limits ratepayer risk. Because whenever you talk about nuclear, there is a massive amount of risk of cost. Right now, there's only one of these small modular reactors that's actually in civilian use right now. I think it's on a barge in Ukraine or something. Or it's a barge in Europe somewhere. The only other small modular reactors that are out there right now are floating around in the bottoms of aircraft carriers and submarines, but they're not in civilian use. And in order to develop these for civilian use, it's going to take a lot of money. Right now in Georgia, they're trying to build one in Utah. Right now, the cost estimate for one of these reactors is coming in like $8 or $9 billion. There's a nuclear project right now in Georgia that is $16 billion over budget. And so if you read paragraph D, the first sentence of it kind of confirms what existing law is in terms of, that the utility is not going to recover anything until the thing is plugged in and turned on. But the other two paragraphs are very much in play at the SEC right now in terms of authority, and that is, number one, if the utility abandons the project, it's not clear under Virginia law whether or not they can recover costs or not, because they could come in and say, we were authorized to move forward. This limits that ratepayer risk. And the last thing is that this says that the SEC can impose other conditions on it to limit ratepayer risk from unreasonable construction, development, or operational risk, and that came into play on the wind project when the SEC came back and and put the hold harmless in, and then it resulted in the negotiation. The Supreme Court never ruled on the validity of that, and sort of this confirms that policy that the SEC has the authority to put provisions on the project that limits ratepayer risk. We're talking about billions and billions and billions of dollars here, so it's important language that's included in the bill. And so I think the Senate substitutes a much more prudent approach to this. We'll see what comes out of conference, but if you want to see more nuclear power, or us look at nuclear power and help Southwest or Southside or some of our coalfield areas, this is, I think, a much more prudent way to proceed.
The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to. Senator Saslaw.
I now move its passage.
Having explained it.
Having more than explained it.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The bill passes. Chair recognizes Senator Norman, the senator from James City County.
Thank you, Madam President. Still on page 50, having voted on the prevailing side by which House Bill 2331 did not pass, I would move that we reconsider that vote, ma'am.
The question is, shall the vote by which House Bill 2331 failed be reconsidered? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The vote is reconsidered. Senator Peterson. Oh, Senator Hanger.
Since this bill is way too much fun, I'd like for it to go by for the day.
Without objection, House Bill 2331 goes by for the day.
Madam President.
Chair again recognizes Senator Norman.
Thank you, Madam President. I would respectfully ask that we stand in recess until 4 o'clock.
Without objection, the Senate is in recess until 4 p.m.
If the Senate
Madam Clerk?
On page 32 of the calendar, House Bill 1606.
Chair recognizes Senator Locke, the senator from Hampton.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that HB 1606 be passed by for the day.
Without objection, House Bill 1606 goes by for the day.
Thank you. House on page 47, House Bill 2161.
Madam President.
I got moved to substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator
Lewis.
Lewis from Accomack.
Or Mason. Sometimes I get that too. Madam President, I move the committee substitute.
The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
And now I would yield to Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Donovan.
2161, please go by for the day.
Without objection, House Bill 2161 goes by for the day.
On page 49, House Bill 2302.
Chair recognizes Senator Marsden, the senator from Western Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the Transportation Committee substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to. Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Madam President. I also move that the most wise amendment placed by the Finance and Appropriations Committee also be approved.
The question is, shall the committee amendments from Finance and Appropriations be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee amendments are agreed to. Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Madam President. I would yield now to my good friend from the senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Chair recognizes the senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Madam President, I move the bill pass, and just speaking briefly to
the senator has the floor.
Madam President, with the amendments from Transportation, the bill is identical as it passed out of the Senate. However, the Finance Committee added another 7 days to the 7 days that were in my bill for the MEI chairs to act. That's the bill. It's very close to what you've seen before.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The bill passes.
On page 50 of the calendar, memorial resolutions.
Chair recognizes Senator Saslaw, the senior senator from Fairfax County.
Madam President, I move the memorial resolutions on pages 50 through 57. That's HJR 656 through SR 157. Be considered in the block in the usual manner, waiving the reading of the resolutions thereof, with the understanding any senator desire to remove a resolution from the block will do so after the clerk has read the title of the resolution.
The question is, shall the memorial resolutions on pages 50 through 57, House Joint Resolution 656 through Senate Resolution 157, be considered in the block in the usual manner, waiving the reading of the resolutions thereof, with the understanding that any senator desiring a resolution to be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the title of the resolution. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The resolutions are before us in the block. The clerk will read the titles of the memorial resolutions.
House Joint Resolution 656, celebrating the life of Carnus L. Poindexter. House Joint Resolution 658, celebrating the life of Gordon Locke Kendall. House Joint Resolution 664, celebrating the life of Muhammad Jafar Iman. House Joint Resolution 674, celebrating the life of K9 Odin. House Joint Resolution 678, celebrating the life of Charles Burton Mulligan. House Joint Resolution 679, celebrating the life of the Honorable James P. Massey III.
Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Donovan, the senator from Enrico.
Thank you. Can HJR 679 come out of the block?
Without objection, House Joint Resolution 679 is out of the block.
House Joint Resolution 690, celebrating the life of Randall Wade Smith. House Joint Resolution 691, celebrating the life of Howard Montgomery Haugen. House Joint Resolution 693, celebrating the life of Shalagram Shuklar. House Joint Resolution 695, celebrating the life of Joan Wild Keene. House Joint Resolution 699, celebrating the life of Amy Penny Applebaum. House Joint Resolution 700, celebrating the life of Preston C. Carruthers. House Joint Resolution 701, celebrating the life of William August Wildhack, Jr. House Joint Resolution 703, celebrating the life of Bishop Levi Edgar Willis II. House Joint Resolution 704, celebrating the life of the Reverend Monsignor Joseph Patrick Lehman III. House Joint Resolution 707, celebrating the life of the Honorable Charles L. Waddell.
Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Boysko, the senator from northwestern Fairfax County.
Can Resolution HJR 707 come out of the block, please?
Without objection, HJR 707 is out of the block.
House Joint Resolution 710, celebrating the life of Evangeline Carroll Brooks. House Joint Resolution 711, celebrating the life of Michael Jean Rhodes. House Joint Resolution 714, celebrating the life of Margaret J. Smith. House Joint Resolution 719, celebrating the life of Lieutenant Colonel Justin Constantine, United States Marine Corps, retired. House Joint Resolution 721, celebrating the life of Richard Hilton Collins. House Joint Resolution 732, celebrating the life of Richard Eugene Bradshaw. House Joint Resolution 734, celebrating the life of Gerald K. Haynes. House Joint Resolution 739, celebrating the life of Master Sergeant Jan William Roringra, United States Army, retired. House Joint Resolution 743, celebrating the life of Doris Carson. House Joint Resolution 744, celebrating the life of Brenda Buchanan Eaps. House Joint Resolution 745, celebrating the life of Albert Jack Stodgehill. House Joint Resolution 746, celebrating the life of Jane Hazelwood Cooper. House Joint Resolution 749, celebrating the life of Gary Olsey. House Joint Resolution 750, celebrating the life of Lily Miller Finkley. House Joint Resolution 751, celebrating the life of the Reverend George A. Para. House Joint Resolution 755, celebrating the life of Robert C. Marsh, Jr. Senate Joint Resolution 377, celebrating the life of John Michael Freeze. Senate Joint Resolution 379, celebrating the life of Rodney Lamont Lofton. Senate Joint Resolution 383, celebrating the life of Ellalee Fountain Flowers. Senate Joint Resolution 390, celebrating the life of Juliet Carolyn Brooks Herring. Senate Joint Resolution 392, celebrating the life of Rhoda M. Dreyfus. Senate Joint Resolution 404, celebrating the life of Joe Samuel Frank. Senate Joint Resolution 410, celebrating the life of Melvin Alexander Burris. Senate Joint Resolution 411.
Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Deeds.
Could Senate Joint Resolution 411, 412, and 413 go by for the day, please?
Without objection, Senate Joint Resolutions 411, 412, and 413 are out of the block and by for the day.
Senate Joint Resolution 414, celebrating the life of Ron Keith Atkins. Senate Joint Resolution 415, celebrating the life of Brody Alexander Watson. Senate Joint Resolution 416, celebrating the life of Elizabeth Lewis Beamer. Senate Joint Resolution 417, celebrating the life of Walter Kelvin Bowles. Senate Joint Resolution 420, celebrating the life of Theodore Nathan Lerner. Senate Joint Resolution 421, celebrating the life of Catherine Cummings Reynolds.
Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator McDougall.
Could Senate Joint Resolution 421 come out of the block and by for the day?
Without objection, Senate Joint Resolution 421 is out of the block and by for the day.
Senate Resolution 150, celebrating the life of Cindy Jackson. Senate Resolution 154, celebrating the life of James Lawrence Eason. Senate Resolution 156, celebrating the life of Edward Morris Levine. Senate Resolution 157, celebrating the life of Lieutenant Colonel Justin Constantine, United States Marine Corps, retired.
Accepting House Joint Resolution 707 on page 52 and House Joint Resolution 679, page 51, Senate Joint Resolutions 411, 412, 413 on page 55, and finally Senate Joint Resolution 421 on page 56. The resolutions will be agreed to in the usual manner. All those in favor of agreeing to the memorial resolutions, please rise. The resolutions are agreed to.
On page 51, House Joint Resolution 679.
Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Madam President. This is the House companion to the resolution we passed through the Senate honoring Delegate Jimmy Massey.
The resolution will be agreed to in the usual manner. All those in favor of agreeing to the memorial resolution, please rise. The resolution is agreed to.
Page 52, House Joint Resolution 707.
Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Boysko.
Thank you, Madam President. This is the companion resolution celebrating the life of former Senator Charlie Waddell.
The resolution will be agreed to in the usual manner. All those in favor of agreeing to the memorial resolution, please rise. The resolution is agreed to.
Commending resolutions.
Chair recognizes Senator Saslaw, the senior senator from Fairfax County.
Madam President, I move that the commending resolutions on pages 57 through 67, it's HJR 655 through SR 158, be considered and blocked by voice vote, waiving the reading of the resolutions with the understanding that any senator desiring a resolution removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the resolution.
The question is, shall the commending resolutions on pages 57 through 67, House Joint Resolution 655 through Senate Resolution 158, be considered in the block by voice vote, waiving the reading of the resolutions with the understanding that any Any senator desiring a resolution to be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the resolutions. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The resolutions are before us in the block. The clerk will now read the number of the resolutions.
House Joint Resolutions 655, 657.
Madam President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Roanoke County, Senator Sudeline.
Thank you, Madam President. Can both House Joint Resolutions 655 and 657 please come out of the block and go by for the day for the purpose of signatures?
Without objection, House Joint Resolutions 655 and 659 are out of the block and by for the day.
Madam President.
657, I think, instead of 659.
657, I'm
Yes,
sorry,
ma'am.
657 and 659 are out of the block and by for the day. Did I get it wrong?
655 and 657.
655 and 657.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry. Are out of the block and by for the day.
House Joint Resolutions 659, 660, 661, 665.
Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Cosgrove, the senior senator from Chesapeake.
Could House Joint Resolution 665 come out of the block and by for the day, please?
667, 667,
665. 665.
665, sir. Ma'am.
Without objection, House Joint Resolution 665 is out of the block and by for the day.
House Joint Resolution 667, 668, 669, 670, 671, 672, 673, 675, 676, 677, 680.
Madam Chair.
Chair recognizes Senator Edwards, the senator from Roanoke City.
Could HJR 680 got out of the block for purposes of signatures?
And by for the day, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Without objection, House Joint Resolution 680 is out of the block and by for the day.
House Joint Resolution 682, 683, 685, 686, 687, 689, 692, 694, 696, 697, 698, 702, 706, 708, 709, 712, 713, 715, 716, 718, 720, 723, 724, 725, 726, 727, 728, 729, 730, 731, 733, 735, 736, 737, 738, 740, 741, 742, 752, 753, 754. Senate Joint Resolutions 378, 380, 381, 382, 384, 385, 386, 387, 388, 389, 391, 393, 394, 395, 396, 397, 398, 399, 400, 401, 402, 403, 405, 406, 407, 408, 409.
Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Rouse, the junior senator from Virginia Beach.
Thank you. Can we pull SJR 407 out the block for purpose of more signatures? Thank you.
What?
Or buy for the day. Thank you.
Without objection, House Joint Resolution 407 is out of the block and by for the day.
Senate Joint Resolutions 418, 419, Senate resolutions 151, 152, 153, 155, 158.
The question is, shall the resolutions be agreed to? That is, all the resolutions except House Joint Resolution 655 and 657 and 665 on page 7, House Joint Resolution 680, page 59, and House Joint Resolution 407 on page 66. All in favor of agreeing to the resolutions will say aye. Those opposed, no. The resolutions are agreed to. Chair recognizes Senator Sasslaw.
Madam President, I require the clerk, does that complete the calendar?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Peterson, the senator from Fairfax City.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise for a motion.
The senator may state it.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I would like to move to adjourn in honor today of Justin Constantine, Lieutenant Colonel Justin Constantine. And let me speak to that motion. We just passed a memorial resolution recognizing him. Justin grew up in Fairfax City. He graduated Fairfax High School in 1988, 2 years behind me. His older brother and sister were close friends of mine. He went to James Madison, where he was a fraternity brother with my colleague here to the right. And I think they were renowned as the only two Democrats on fraternity row at one point. Justin was a rugby player. He got into weightlifting, then got into rugby playing, and I met him after he had gotten out of college and was actually in law school, was home for a summer. We were playing on a team together in the summer, and he mentioned that he was going to go to the 10-week program for officer candidate school down in Quantico. And we talked about that. He was training for that, and he went down there and eventually got his bars as a second lieutenant of the United States Marine Corps. Justin made a career as a Marine, and he had a good career rising to the level of lieutenant colonel. And then he was sent to Iraq and served in Iraq in 2006, and at one point was posted in Anbar province. And because he had a law degree, he was in the JAG Corps and was in the civil affairs section, which theoretically means you're in the reserve, in the rear, but there was no rear in the Sunni Triangle where he was in the Anbar province. And one day while he was in the field, he was shot in the back of the head by a sniper, and the bullet went through the back of his neck and then came out his mouth. And he had an emergency tracheotomy performed on him by a Navy corpsman, which basically saved his life. And he always referenced that whenever he spoke afterwards, and it was hard for him to speak. He was then medevac to Germany. Obviously, his life was really right on the cusp for months and months. I remember that when he was in the hospital room in Germany, they had to put towels over the mirror so he couldn't see what his own face looked like, because his own face had literally been blown up by that bullet. Eventually made his way back home to Fairfax City, recuperated, and got a job working for the Department of Justice as an attorney, and finished his military career in that regard. And then once he had been honorably discharged, he got a role as an advocate for Iraq War veterans. And to say that Justin rehabilitated himself is the understatement of the year. He basically, his face had to be reconstructed wherever he went out, and he and his wife would go out to dinner occasionally with myself and my wife Sharon. He had to have a towel to wipe his face because he couldn't control the drool that would come out of his mouth. And he was still a very big guy, a muscular guy. I mean, you could tell he was a kind of man's man, the kind of guy you could see on a rugby field would just knock people over like bowling pins. And he had a great second career as an advocate for Iraq War veterans. We were very proud of him in Fairfax City. My colleague, again to the right, actually recognized him when he was in the House of Delegates as someone who was exemplary as an Iraq War veteran who didn't think about himself but actually reached out to other people, particularly enlisted personnel, to make sure they were okay if they were suffering from the after effects of that war. And tragically, he developed cancer. It spread rapidly through his body. Whether or not it was related to his battlefield injuries, I don't know. But I know he succumbed to it last summer. And we had a gathering for him. A lot of us that grew up in Fairfax City, the old Fairfax High School rebels, came together. And it actually jogged my memory in 2007 when Justin had been awarded his Purple Heart down at the Marine Corps Museum in Quantico, the line of cars coming down 95 from Fairfax City, because we were celebrating one of our own. And I get a little bit emotional because, I mean, Justin, I always think of him as a younger brother of a friend of mine. Going to his funeral was very tough. It was very tough because, like I said, he was a man's man, a Marine's Marine, and he was the very best we had to offer in Fairfax City. So I would move and request that we adjourn in his honor today, Madam President.
Without objection. Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes Senator Eben, the senator from Alexandria.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise for a point of personal privilege and a motion.
The senator has the floor.
Today, February 22nd, marks the 291st birthday of George Washington. In my time here that I've been honored to represent the President's Mount Vernon estate, I've spoken about Washington the Burgess, Washington the candidate, Washington the distiller, Washington the surveyor, and Washington the pandemic-era general. Today, given the rumors of multiple pending retirements in the Senate, I thought this would be a good time to talk about George Washington, the retiree. As George Washington's second term as president was coming to an end, he famously made the decision not to seek re-election, and this decision set a precedent that would go untested for more than 100 years and is now enshrined in our constitutions. In some ways, this was the final act of the revolution, the president choosing to turn his back on the practice of the monarchy which our young nation had severed itself from. Washington, in his farewell address, stated, "It is important that the habits of thinking in a free country should inspire caution in those entrusted with its administration." This act of self-reflection encapsulates the measured, conservative, but decisive leadership Washington became known for and ensured Americans would never view the presidency as a lifetime position. After leaving office, Washington did not completely disappear from politics, assuming the role of a sort of president emeritus. Washington set precedent for the role of an outgoing president, most of whom serve as counsel for their successors. But Washington's early retirement was not all back chair politicking and cribbage. On July 4th, 1798, as tensions between England and France were intensifying, President John Adams chose to appoint George Washington as Lieutenant General and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. President Adams wanted Washington's guidance on how to proceed with the potential conflict and the XYZ affair. And following this conflict, Washington retired from this post, making it the third time that he had stepped down as leader of the armed services. Washington remained a voice of trust for many members of the Adams cabinet, many of whom had been members of his own cabinet. Washington was persistent in providing advice, sometimes to the chagrin of those receiving it. To this day, former presidents make themselves available and will offer guidance to those who currently occupy the office, a practice that transcends more than the presidency, as I'm sure many of us in this body have sought out the guidance of our predecessors as well. Ultimately, though, George Washington did retire back to his estate at Mount Vernon. Despite his retirement, it was impossible for Washington to truly leave the public eye. He consistently hosted guests and threw elaborate parties. In 1798, he and Martha Washington hosted guests for dinner on 203 of 310 days for which records exist. Even though Washington took great care to be overly hospitable to his guests, he did often try to escape from company by reading widely, writing to former colleagues, and by riding his horses Jackson and Prescott. Washington took great pride in his estate and his livestock, which included hogs, cattle, horses, and the hunting dogs which he bred. Towards the end of his life, President Washington would spend many afternoons seeing to these animals. Washington spent the last months of his life caring for his farm and for his guests. He cared for his estate much in the way he cared for this country, with diligence, an abiding love, and a consistent foresight. If he should be reelected, I hope the senator from Eastern Fairfax will apply those lessons when he too represents Mount Vernon in the future. It is a true honor to represent the home of our first president and be given the opportunity to represent these values here in Richmond. Seeing that this body may have several former senators emeriti after this session, it is my hope that those of us who return to the chamber next year will continue to have the counsel of our former colleagues, just as Washington's successors were able to count on his. George Washington spent over 4 decades of his life in public service and less than 3 years in retirement, a retirement which he still made himself available to his colleagues and his fellow countrymen. That continued active service was a great gift to our nation, setting a standard future executives would strive to meet. Even in retirement, President Washington gave fundamental, lasting shape to our nation. Madam President, I move that when the Senate adjourns today, we do so in memory and honor of the father of our country, George Washington.
Without objection, it will be so noted. Senator, thank you. Chair recognizes Senator Lucas, the senator from Portsmouth.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, members of the Senate, I rise on a point of personal privilege.
The senator may continue.
Today, I would like to highlight a veteran, Mr. William Dabney of Roanoke, Virginia. Mr. William Dabney was a black World War II corporal of the 320th Barrage Balloon Battalion, the only all-black unit in the D-Day landing on Omaha and Utah. The two beachheads assigned to American forces. The barrage balloons were on long cables that would be caught by the wings of propellers of German airplanes, and if the planes pulled the balloons into contact, explosives on the helium balloons would destroy the aircraft. On D-Day, 3 German fighters were downed by barrage balloons as they tried to stifle the American soldiers on the beach. When Mr. Dabney returned home in the 1950s to Roanoke, Virginia, he was not allowed to get a GI loan. Beulah Dabney said, "They didn't actually say that they wouldn't give me a loan, but they kept dragging it out. You know, there was always some excuse as to why it didn't go through." Mr. Dabney eventually found a loan through a black insurance executive he knew. But even then, there was redlining. The houses they were able to buy were in disadvantaged parts of town and were essentially worthless. Mr. Dabney was awarded the Legion of Honor for his actions during the invasion of Normandy. Notably, Mr. Dabney, the last known surviving soldier from the 320th Barrage Balloon Battalion, did not receive the honors until the 65th anniversary of D-Day, 18 days shy of his 85th birthday. Mr. Dabney was 94 when he passed. Now, why is it so important for me to tell you about Mr. Dabney? This year, I introduced SJ 251, which expresses the sentiment of the General Assembly in acknowledging with profound regret the denial of benefits under the GI Bill to black World War II veterans. In acknowledging this injustice, the General Assembly would have expressed its support for measures addressing the harm committed against black World War II veterans. Unfortunately, that bill was killed in House rules. Ironically, as SJ 251 was being summarily defeated, I was told that there would be no end to these kinds of resolutions if the General Assembly attempted to address all of the injustices against black people. Imagine that. The Americans who fought in World War II are called the greatest generation, not only because they fought fascism, but also because of what happened when they came home. It was the greatest expansion of the American middle class in history, partly due to the GI Bill. It gave free college and cheap home loans to millions of veterans, except the U.S. was still segregated when the GI Bill became law. In closing, 1.2 million black Americans were shut out of receiving GI Bills. About 1 million black Americans served during World War II. Now, all of them lived long enough to get the sort of recognition or the benefits that they were promised. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank the senator. Chair recognizes Senator McPike, the senator from Prince William.
Thank you, Madam President. Rise for the point of personal privilege.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I wanted to highlight an individual today in Virginia's history that's, I think, important to note. This person was born in Petersburg to 2 parents working at Virginia State University. Went to high school in Chesterfield, graduated as valedictorian of their class, and went on to University of Richmond to study English and political science, and went on to pursue a law degree at the University of Virginia. It's not often that you get to see someone in Virginia history and meet that person and sort of watch them from afar and also engage with that person over the last 30 years. The individual also has served in the General Assembly for 16 years, serving in the House of Delegates from 2006 to 2017, and here in the State Senate from 2017 till present. And obviously the individual has a beautiful family, and I think we've all probably seen this individual's passion for social justice, for schools, for the environment, and so many other causes, that the tone and tenure and thoughtfulness of the individual has, I think, always brought the respect of their peers. And so, as we look at historical figures, it is not often that we have one of those in our midst. And of course, today I'm speaking of the Honorable Congresswoman-elect Jennifer McClellan, representing the 4th Virginia House District, being the first to break an important barrier. But more importantly, she's also recognized those who have paved the path for her, as she stated so often about the 4th and its meaning. And so, Madam President, I wanted to take a moment of personal privilege to congratulate the next Congresswoman from the 4th. Thank you, Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator McClellan, the senior senator from Richmond.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise for a point of personal privilege.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Yesterday was a bittersweet day for me. Number one, because I couldn't help but remember that we had lost a friend and a colleague. And I never thought I would make history in quite that way. So I'm clearly elated, excited, and honored. When people have asked me, what's it like running for Congress and serving in the state Senate at the same time, I said it as a joke, but I think it's the best analogy I could give. I said, I feel like I'm in my senior year of high school. And yesterday was Admissions Day, a day that I'd been anxiously awaiting. I'm excited to go on to the next adventure, but I'm going to miss the place that shaped me. Some of you don't know, and some of you are here, but I got my start in this body. As a college student at the University of Richmond, I signed up for an internship class, working then for Governor Wilder in his policy office. I was assigned to 4 committees to track his legislation, 3 House committees and the Senate Local Government Committee. And I would sit in the gallery. I liked to sit on the Senate side better. And I ended up doing a paper on the then Lieutenant Governor, Don Beyer, because I had to do an independent study. And I'm like, well, nobody knows what the Lieutenant Governor does, so let me write about that. So I would sit over in the corner and watch the session. And Senator Howell, Senator Saslaw, Senator Lucas, I remember them vividly. And that's where my love of state government was solidified. And I said, I think I want to be a part of that. But I actually went to law school first wanting to go work, be a lawyer to a congressional committee. But as I've often found, life is what happens when you're making other plans. But I spent my senior year in college working in my first paid job other than at Golden Corral, working for Madam Clerk. When her office was where the members' lounge is, the corner closet, I had a chair right there where I would answer the phones Members could call a 1-800 number and get connected to any state agency or any other number in the Richmond area code. One senator in particular loved that feature, Senator Good. And I had very many fond memories, but I watched the Senate. And I was excited to get elected to the House and spend 11 years there. And when I came back as a member of this body, I remember thinking, I've returned home. I've learned a lot from all of you. And I'm sorry he's not here to hear this, but because I told the senator from James City County what I'm about to say might surprise him. I learned a lot from Tommy Norman. I learned a lot from Steve Newman. I learned a lot from Mark Obenchain about how even when you don't agree with people, you listen respectfully and you try to understand where they're coming from, and they made me better legislators. I learned a lot from Jill Vogel, how sometimes disappointment can give you an opportunity to show grace. I'm going to get in trouble not mentioning everybody here, but I definitely wanted to mention, because a lot of times people don't realize how much you learn from your political adversaries. And I consider all of you to be friends. I learned a lot of stories. Heard a lot of stories from Senator Sassaw. Did you know that his family used to be involved with the mafia? Or that he was hung out of a window by his ankles by his teacher? True stories. I will take those stories with me. I'll take everything I learned about how to be a good legislator with me. And in those moments, when I get frustrated by the slower pace in Washington, I will probably turn on, if it's in January or February or March, or one day in April, the live stream of the Senate. I will just be a text away. And I thank you all for making me part of your family and for making me, especially you, Madam Clerk, making me the public servant and the legislator I am today. Thank you.
Is there any other business to come before the Senate? Hearing none, the clerk will report any announcements on the desk.
Tomorrow, Thursday, February 23rd, 2023, the Democratic Caucus will meet 1/2 hour before session in Senate Room 1 in the Capitol. The Republican Caucus will meet 1/2 hour before session in Senate Room 2 in the Capitol.
Chair calls on Senator Lucas, the senator from Portsmouth.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn until 10:30 a.m. tomorrow. And in so doing, I move that we adjourn in memory of Lieutenant Colonel Justin Constantine and President George Washington.
The question is, shall the Senate adjourn until 10:30 a.m. tomorrow in the memory of Lieutenant Colonel Justin Constantine and President George Washington? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The Senate stands adjourned until 10:30 a.m. tomorrow.